Check, check, two. Check, check, two. Please be seated. Mrs. Dion Jennings, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Mr. Omar Azan, Chairman of the Jamaica Productivity Centre. Mrs. Tamar Nelson, Chief Technical Director at the Jamaica Productivity Centre. Mr. Maru Mayaki, Google Public Sector at in the Caribbean. Mr. Rachid Bouiha, Economic Affairs Officer, UNCTAD, representatives from the IDB and other international organizations, private sector leaders, union representatives, educators, students, and members of the civil society, other distinguished guests, staff of the Jamaica Productivity Centre and the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. No, man, you can give me a better good morning than that. Let's go again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to officially welcome you to the Ministry of Labour and Social Security's Jamaica Productivity Centre Productivity Forum 2025. How are you feeling this morning? You feeling good? You feeling refreshed? Yes? I know we're starting a little late, just a little late this morning. I do want to sincerely apologize. But we had some refreshments for you to get things started. And of course, you know, they said that you can't focus when you're hungry sometimes. So we made sure that, you know, you were fed before we started so that we can get, you know, the most productive side of you out this morning. All right, so the theme is culture-driven productivity, shaping mindsets for resilience, innovation, and partnerships. And we are thrilled to have all of you here in person and online, professionals, policymakers, unions, and innovators alike gathered here with a shared mission to explore how culture, mindset, and collaboration drive real productivity and build resilience of our nation, institutions, and workplaces. And if I did not introduce myself, my name is Talia Suarez Brown, and I will be your moderator for today's proceedings. So before we get into things, I want to ask you a question. If you could add 1 hour, right, an extra hour in your day, what would you spend it on? What's that? Sleep, okay. I heard rest. Anybody said work? I saw somebody shake their head. They said, How about personal growth? Yes, right? Family maybe. Yes. What's that? Visioning, all right? So I'm loving the responses so far. And what I want you to do, I want you to turn to someone you've possibly never spoken to before. And even if you've met them this morning, I want you to ask them quickly, what's one thing you do to stay productive? Because, of course, you know, the more productive you are, the more things you get done within a certain time. Right? And if you'd like to share your answer with the person, for my viewers online, I want to invite you to drop those responses in the chat. Let us know what's one thing you do to stay productive. Anybody want to share their responses with me quickly? Yes? Oh, you put the phone down, you put the phone away, all right? You have a special allotted time for your cell phone, right? And the social media. Let me hear you. What else? Some persons pray. Because you need to pray to start the day sometimes. Do you agree with me? Yes. Especially when you're going to make those big decisions and those meetings. Sometimes you need to say an extra prayer and say, Jesus, take the case and give me the pillow. All right. What else do we do to stay productive? Organize. You stay organized. You watch the clock sometimes, right? Some persons exercise as well. So we're going to be touching on a number of different things today, ladies and gentlemen, because when we're talking about productivity, it's not just about numbers or deadlines or outputs. It's about the way we think sometimes, you know. It's the values we live by as well. and the culture we create in our workplaces and spaces and communities, and we're going to be addressing that as well. So we're going to be having giveaways throughout the day, so we want you to stick and stay whether you are online or right here in person, and there will be a grand giveaway at the end of the forum courtesy of Sherwin Williams. Yes, but you will have to pay attention throughout the day, all right? And I know that you received a QR code when you entered, right? You received an activity card. Yes, everybody got their activity cards? Let me see those. Yes, I'm seeing them. I'm seeing them. So your activity card has a productivity term, an industry, and a factor of production. And throughout the day, I'll be calling for certain industries, factors, or other clues. And if your card matches, you could be asked to share a quick thought or do a challenge or join a team, and you could possibly win a prize. So we're going to have a lovely interactive day. We're going to be sharing some insightful information, but it's going to be an extremely productive day. Got it? All right. So, of course, you know that productivity is the key to sustainable growth of our economy, achieving an improved standard of living and facilitating more competitive industries. And productivity primarily speaks to how efficiently we use our resources. In other words, it is the rate at which we produce given a certain number of inputs. And the rate can be measured in terms of quantity, quality, or value. Now, of course, we are in Jamaica, and it is only fitting for us to start any proceedings with a word of prayer. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Mrs. Colette Barham to conduct prayer and bless our proceedings today. Please put your hands together for her.
Good morning again, everybody. Just going to ask you, you can remain seated, and ask you to bow your heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, as we're gathered here today, we ask for your presence and for your guidance. We ask for your inspiration and for us to be creative and to be productive. And Father, we thank you for guiding us here and keeping us safe. We pray for our family and for the nation as a whole. And before you, we humbly bow this morning and ask for your continued intervention in every area of our lives. Thank you very much, dear Father. Amen.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Barham. Now, to kickstart our proceedings and greet us this morning, let's put our hands together for our permanent secretary, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Dion Jennings, to bring official greetings. Please make her feel welcome.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. Honorable Colonel Charles Jr., MP, JP, Minister of Labour and Social Security, Mr. Omar Azan, Chairman of the Jamaica Productivity Centre and members of the Board of the Jamaica Productivity Centre, Mrs. Tamar Nelson, Chief Technical Director at the Jamaica Productivity Centre, Mr. Mauro Miyake, Google Public Sector Caribbean, Mr. Benny Salo, Economic Affairs Officer for UNCTAD, media, ladies and gentlemen, and those who are online, good morning and greetings and welcome. Welcome to the Productivity Forum and launch of the Productivity Toolkits. Productivity is never an accident. It is always the result of a commitment to excellence, intelligent and smart planning, and focused effort. That was adapted from Paul Mayer. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you to this Productivity Forum hosted by the Jamaica Productivity Centre and the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, and welcome you to join us for this official launch of the Productivity Toolkits. Today we are gathered here not merely as attendees, but as participants and collaborators in a critical national mission to strengthen, to embed, and to embrace a culture of productivity across Jamaica. This year's theme, Culture-Driven Productivity, Shaping Mindsets for Resilience, Innovation, and Partnerships, goes to the very core of that mission. The theme is action-focused. It is to energize us this morning and beyond. It is to reinforce that productivity thrives when culture and mindset turn ideas into impactful execution. It reminds us that real productivity is not just about output and how much we are churning out, because I know we are all working hard, but we are also working smarter. It is also about mindset, smart and intelligent planning, visioning, forward thinking, adaptable mental habits, and about embracing accountability, ensuring that our resources are efficiently used in executing our tasks and activities. It's also about pursuing excellence and building strong and forward-looking partnerships. The culture-driven focus promotes commitment to excellence that reflects shared organizational values. And this cultural shift is essential as it values and promotes us in unlocking innovation and promoting the partnerships that are necessary in achieving sustained productivity. It also fosters resilience, focusing on buttressing the efforts that we put forward and being persistent in the face of challenges, all of which will position us individually and collectively and nationally for long-term inclusive growth. Jamaica's record high employment levels and the steady reduction in poverty is commendable and should be celebrated. But the reality is our productivity growth remains too modest, and we definitely need to boost our productivity. So this is why we're gathered here today, to launch our productivity toolkits. These are not just theoretical frameworks, but they are practical, user-friendly tools tailored for students at all levels, basic, primary, and tertiary, businesses, and public sector institutions. The toolkits offer a clear productivity scoring system that enables all users to measure where they are, to identify areas for growth and improvement, and to take the concrete steps to improve performance. Whether it is in the classroom or a private sector entity or a government office, these toolkits can empower all of us, all the users, individuals and organizations to work smarter, to embrace innovation, and to deliver better outcomes. I encourage you today to make the most of the discussions, the deliberations, and the demonstration of the toolkits, and also to ensure that you use it, you share it with a friend, you share it with your children, because we need to start from early to engender the value and to engender the concept of productivity in not just our families, but in our organizations, both public and private, and also nationally. So you're going to share your experiences, you're going to challenge conventional thinking, you're going to explore bold, innovative ideas that can help Jamaica to become even more competitive, more efficient, and better prepared for the future. So today we're going to commit to this cultural transformation in our mindsets, in our behavior, and in our practice, so we can create a Jamaica where productivity is not just a vision, but a national standard we all live by. So let me welcome and greet you all, and thank you for joining us today. and we look forward to the insights, the strategies, and the commitments that will emerge from this forum. Thank you.
Thank you to our Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Dion Jennings. And as she mentioned, today we're not just here to talk about productivity. We are here to shift mindsets, strengthen collaborations, and set the stage for a Jamaica that works smarter and moves forward together. So thank you so much, Mrs. Jennings. So now it's time to hear from the board of the Jamaica Productivity Centre Advisory Board, So to bring us an overview, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Omar Azan.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown. P.S. I have to big up a couple of people. P.S. Jennings, White, I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for your support through the Ministry of Labour. And also tomorrow, or CTD, for the Jamaica Productive Centre. To the entire team of JPC and the Ministry of Labour, I want to thank you all, because this, I think, is a very important aspect of the Ministry of Labour and the JPC to moving Jamaica to a different level. And I want to welcome all of you this morning, my board members that are here. I see Mr. Budan, our testimonial people that are here from the manufacturing and different sectors of Jamaica that have done this and are improving and moving from small, medium to large. I mean, I can big up my friend Munsi at Home Choice. I knew her when she just started business, but working at it to get their productivity and using their equipment, their raw materials without having too much waste and getting the best out of everything, including their labor force. It is my great honor to welcome all to this inspiring gathering at the Jamaica Productive Centre today. As we explore the theme, cultural-driven productivity, shaping mindsets for resilience, innovation, and partnership, we work together to get this going. At the heart of the discussion lies the recognition that productivity is not just about process or technology. I just don't want to just look at all numbers, but it's fundamentally rooted in our culture and mindset. A resilient, innovative, and collaborative culture empowers us to overcome challenges, seize new opportunities, and drive sustainable growth. Over the next few hours, we will delve into how cultivating the right attitudes and values can transform our workplace and communities and country as a whole. I know Mr. Budan has a big value and attitudes thing, and his value and attitudes program that he's about to launch or to push in Jamaica is going to make a big difference from our little children right up to the grandparents that are out there. What I'll say is I want to big up the entire team of the JPC for this toolkit, because what it is not just about talking, as P.S. Jennings said, but it's literally putting the boots on the ground to get things going. We will hear inspiring insights on fostering and embracing innovation as a cultural norm and forging meaningful partnerships that amplify our collective efforts. Let us remember that shaping positive mindsets is a shared journey, one that requires commitment, openness, and a shared vision for a prosperous Jamaica. Together, through cultural-driven initiatives, we can unlock the full potential of our people and our companies or organizations, including government. Thank you all for your dedication and participation, and I look forward to the meaningful conversations and collaborations ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, and I want us to all commit to this. And you know, P.S. Jennings, if Minister and the team at the Ministry of Labour can really adopt productivity as their main mantra through the Ministry of Labour, the final Jamaica would look totally different. Our companies, our government offices, our children, our people, the way we do things, being on time, everything would change. And I'm really imploring and pushing And I'm committed to helping in whatever way. But if we can really put our mindsets, like what other countries like Japan and Singapore have done to move forward, I'm going to pressure Minister to find funding, and really we work on things where we get help from outside to really push our productivity. Because think of it, if we are a productive nation, can you imagine the investors that want to invest in Jamaica? If we're a productive nation, can you imagine the salary structures that Jamaica would have differently than what we currently have now, right? These are things that we need to push on to really, or competitiveness when we export. Munsi, if your productivity levels doubled up, can you imagine how well your products would do on the export sphere and the international communities? So I'm imploring Minister and his ministry and Jamaica to come together to push productivity, get the mindsets, get the culture going to do what we need to do to grow this nation. Thank you so much.
One more time for Mr. Azan, ladies and gentlemen, for providing us with an overview this morning, touching on the importance of values and attitudes. And I'm sure that when we were growing up, we always heard the term, your attitude determines your altitude, right? And we continue to see that played out in every single aspect of our lives. And of course, the nation at large. So touching on the mindset, the values, the attitude, what it is that really, you're passionate about and what brings out that spark and the best of you, of course, is very, very vital and important to ensure that the nation continues to grow even better. So thank you so much, Mr. Azan. So now, ladies and gentlemen, you will often hear members of the Jamaica Productivity Centre say that if you don't measure, you don't know where you are. This is a function of the JPC undertaken mainly by the Research and Measurement Unit. And today we're going to be hearing a little bit about our productivity updates. So let's welcome Stephen Alexander Smith, Research Officer in the unit, who will be giving us some measurements so we know how we size up. Please put your hands together for him. Make him feel welcome.
Good morning, everyone. With all protocols established, I'd like to welcome the Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Dion Jennings, the entire advisory board of the Jamaica Productivity Centre, and all our distinguished guests. Every single one of you is distinguished in your own way. I would have slides for everyone to see. Let's just, meantime, while those go up, I'd just like to say that it's a pleasure for everyone. It's a pleasure seeing everyone here. I'm glad that we're taking the opportunity to acculturate ourselves, to learn more about what it takes to be more productive, what is already happening, the strides of the JPC and our partners. And it looks like we have our slides up, so I'll just get right to it. Great. So there are many factors in our world and our nation impacting productivity, impacting the productivity discourse. I'll start off with recent findings by collaborative ILO and UN Development Program research. They found that with a green growth model tailored for Jamaica, there was an opportunity for 0.6 percentage points more jobs created and 1 percentage point further growth. This isn't to say that we need to adopt the model word for word or at all, but that there are many opportunities for us to reach out, to reach out and to improve our potential. This slide pertains to attitudes about the adoption of generative artificial intelligence in our workplaces. So 10% of Jamaicans surveyed, this was from 2024 research, so published last year. 10% of Jamaicans, they feel their workplaces, they fully integrate AI. A further 64% indicate partial adoption. And so we're already starting, but there's of course further room for improvement. opportunities for improvement abound. 63% of Jamaican employees surveyed believe that artificial intelligence can improve job satisfaction. That keeps them motivated to work, motivated to find opportunities to improve, and so that is important to note as well. Yet 48% view training and continuous learning as essential to remaining competitive in an AI-driven world. So all this is to say that we feel ready to adopt AI, but there's of course room for further integration, further training, further capacity development so that we can really leverage these tools. Now on to where we stand on the world stage. On the left, you'll see a number of countries listed based on the GDP per hour worked. That is the gross domestic product for every hour worked in each economy. All the way at the bottom is Jamaica at $9 per hour worked. Our major trade partners, they demonstrate the room for growth. Everywhere from China at $18 per hour to the USA at 80. 18 to 80, that's where we can go. That's 9's where we are right now. So certainly there is room to be more competitive, to produce like our partners do, to be more resilient so that when shocks occur, they're not as harmful. They don't have as much of an impact on the national economy, and more capable. Because when we're more productive, we can move on to bigger and better things. We can diversify. We can move on to more value-added production to contribute to the structural change needed to improve the standard of living in our country. It was touched upon earlier today, but I'd just like to have it established so that we're all on the same page. Productivity is not just a matter of output, and when you measure productivity, fundamentally it is always a ratio of your outputs to your inputs. So for whatever you put into your production process, what you get out of it, that's how you calculate productivity, however you go about it. At the national and sectoral level and the industry level, what you use as output is simple enough. It's usually value-added or GDP, real GDP, in that it accounts for inflation year over year. So it's as close as possible to a measure of the amount of production, not so much the dollar amounts. The input now, that depends on what factor you're focusing on. The most common measure of productivity is labor productivity. You can measure this in terms of output per worker, which the JPC has done consistently throughout its years. Output per job, which is another measure to consider since some employees, they work more than one job every week. And then output per hour, which is the ideal measure. The JPC has taken on some output per hour measures recently. You'll see that later in the presentation. And so that's what I'll focus on today, but that's just one measure of productivity. You also have capital productivity, which accounts for the economic growth attributable to every dollar invested in anything, any fixed capital formation, any investment, including ICT, including artificial intelligence. So that we'll see more of that today and in the coming years as AI rolls out. And so that's something to consider. There are, of course, other inputs, other factors to consider: energy, materials, purchase services, that business-to-business interactions. Those are other inputs to consider. The more advanced productivity calculations will take all of these into account, but at the most basic level, at the most comparable level, there's focus on labor productivity. We already have data available for how productivity improved in the first quarter of this year, that is the January to March quarter of 2025. So relative to those same months in 2024, overall, there was a 0.1% increase in output per worker in the national economy. That's due to 1.1% increase in real output versus 1.0% increase in the employed labor force. So because output outpaced employment growth, there was an improvement in output per worker, or an increase in output per worker. At the sectoral level, however, things are a bit different. Because output in the goods producing sector even further outpaced employment growth, there was even further improvement in output per worker, notably 1.6%. In the services sector, employment growth outpaced output, and so there was a slight decline. There was a 0.1% decline in output per worker. That is to say, for every additional worker employed in the sector, there coincided with a decline in growth. That of course isn't to say that the sector shrank. It did not, and other factors could contribute to that growth, but not so much labor in that sector for that quarter. Moving on to output per hour now, which is more ideal, as it deals with the actual hours worked. Some workers are part-time, some workers are full-time, and so you have to consider, and so you have to take that into account. With that, we see increase in labor productivity across the board. This is due to growth in each sector in terms of output, and then declines in hours worked. That is to say, we saw growth despite fewer hours worked, and so we did more with less. And that's always an indication of productivity growth. I know that's a lot of numbers, so let's just concentrate on the key points to consider. First, there was overall growth in output per worker and output per hour, especially in the goods producing sector. And so year on year, so far, Jamaica's productivity is improving, Jamaica's labor productivity at least. That is quite commendable, yes. In that quarter, relative to 2024, we saw a decline in working time year over year across economic sectors. That time factor will be very important. So, and I'll address it later in the presentation. Both of these combined, they indicate that our economy is more efficient, and so there's more potential to earn, to save, and to invest. With that increased capacity, that increased labor productivity, workers can demand better and greater compensation. Investors, they can expect greater returns, and all else held equal, consumers can expect lower prices, or prices to not skyrocket, as businesses, they have room to lower their prices, keep them from going up as their costs go down. As for future quarters, there are some data available, not enough for full productivity calculations. What we can say is that despite tensions in global trade wars and tariffs impacting Jamaica and our trade partners all over, we can still expect, based on the PIOJ's review of economic performance, 0.5% to 1.5% growth in output. So despite the tense situation, we still expect growth for the April to June quarter. That, combined with 1.7% growth in employment, That makes output per worker decline likely, since no matter what the situation is, employment growth is predicted to outpace economic output. Yet, because of the further decline in working hours, 2.9% in goods and 0.2% in services, output per hour is expected to continue increasing. And so by that measure, labor productivity will continue to grow. We'll have sustained productivity improvement. It's quite interesting that divergence in trajectories, having output per worker go down, but output per worker go down, but output per hour go up. That may suggest that waiting for this slide to come up, but I'll say, with that in mind, we need to shift what we prioritize. We have, with our 3.3% unemployment rate, the lowest on record, and it being difficult to get more persons into the labor force. In order to get more out of our workforce, the flexibility and efficiency of working time will be pressing. So it's not simply a matter of onboarding more persons, getting them to work. This isn't to say not to do it, but to make sure that every hour counts, to get persons the tools they need, the flexibility so that they can make the movements they need to make every working hour count. That's the first thing we need to keep in mind today and throughout. The second thing, and it was established earlier, it's very important to have these measures in mind and to keep measuring. For us at the JPC and for all businesses and public sector entities, because if you don't measure, you won't know where you are. And if you don't know where you are, you can't know what next steps to take and where you could possibly go. If those GDP per hour measures weren't done, I would have no idea what sort of productivity was possible and where we could go. That's just one example. That's just one case. And the last thing, and I hope we all have the opportunity to do this today. These numbers are great, but to keep seeing them, to keep seeing improvement, it will require a fundamental change in our mindsets, in our culture. It will take acculturation of productivity, because, of course, it's not just about improving your processes every single time. It's about getting in a frame of mind to look for opportunities to do so. I've taken up quite a bit of your time. There are lots of other presentations, and I'm sure you'll get value out of all of them. So I'd just like to thank you for your time and your attention today so far. You can contact us in various ways: email, phone, our website, our socials. I'd just like to point out our session evaluation. This applies for all
thoughts is the relationship between increasing productivity of labor in a context of low capitalization, low technology, which means you're squeezing more out of labor, and the Gini coefficient. Because that's the one I'm interested in. How much is the quality of life of average people improving? Thank you.
I'd say, well, I don't want to answer too authoritatively because I don't have the numbers, I don't have the statistics to directly answer that question. But what I can say is that beyond capitalization, there are other factors to consider. So even with low investment, if you can find ways to get more affordable materials, more affordable energy, to be more energy efficient in your processes, that will open pathways to improve productivity. If the management, if the management in the workplace, if it's improved, if workplace relations are improved, that also opens up possibilities to improve productivity. Capital investment is always a plus. It's always an easy way to improve productivity, but we have to accept that in small island states like ours, it's not always easy to come. It's not always easy to come. So we have to look to all avenues possible. I hope that I hope that resonates with you.
It wasn't really meant for, the question wasn't really meant for you. You did well.
One more time for Stephen, ladies and gentlemen. Stephen, are you okay? Stephen, you answered that question tremendously, though. And I love the fact that he pointed out, I do not have the statistics. However, speaking from my experience and my research and what I do know, I can tell you this. So thank you so much, Stephen. All righty. So today we are talking about culture-driven productivity, and our productivity is driven not only by our physical tools, but also by how we feel sometimes, right? You can agree to that? So up next, we have a special treat for you. Our next presenter, he doesn't speak just by, speaking. He paints pictures with his words. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome poet Corey Rhymes. Put your hands together for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I hope you're all doing wonderful. As she said, my name is Corey Rhymes, and I'm just here to put some smiles on your faces. Yes, I see some lovely smiles already. Yes, with some poems. All right, and I know we're talking about productivity today, and improving Jamaica. But I want us to feel proud to be Jamaicans, proud about Jamaica. Can I get a round of applause for that? Yes. And I consider myself a Jamaican ambassador, and everywhere I go, I speak proudly about Jamaica. And one of the things that I'm very proud about is our language. So this first poem that I wrote is called Patois versus English. All right? Everybody want to be Jamaican. Chat some Patois out of their mouth. We talk English, we chat Patois. Everything come to mind, and that will let out. These are English versus Patois. You can tell that this is fun. You might can find an English dictionary, but Patois, you can't find none. In a English, you have some words. In a Patois, them really change. We can't bother with the pronunciation, so what we do? We rearrange. For example, the word certificate and film is another word. We say film and surfy ticket, and any other word is just absurd. When English people describe somebody, them say you look slim or you look thin. In a part, you look from head to toe and say you're maga no neck string. You have bad, worse, and worst. That's how the English thing goes, sir. But in a patois, we say bad and worse. And when it's really bad, we say wosara. English will say, that's mine. In a patois, we say, I feel me. English will say, give that to me. We sum it up and we say, give me. Listen, the Jamaican language is so descriptive. Some words look like how them sound. Like if me say me meet a mampy, you know that one the big and round. English will say, get away from here. In a patois, what we say? Where? English will say, are you guys together? We just say, una there. The Jamaican language is so amazing. Some words are funny. I could cry. Little more later, I'm gone. I saw Jamaicans say, goodbye. But I'm not leaving it, don't worry. So, you see, our language is so expressive, so wonderful. And anybody in here from a different parish than Kingston? St. Elizabeth, Trelawney? Yes, we're all over the place, right? And you know that when you go to different parishes, you hear different dialects of Jamaican Creole. Right? So this other one is called Jamaican dialect. And it goes like this. You can tell where a Jamaican come from just by the way them talk. Because some of when you word like we eat with knife and fork. And then you have some of us, we speak elegant and refined. And some big word that them use, it absolutely blow your mind. Like if me say, "Ah, where they go?" You know that a man to go be. And sentence people that say yesterday. Then say yesterday. Them say yesterday. And when you go and St. Elizabeth home, them say, "Come in, take a seat. You thirsty? What you want for drink? You want anything for eat?" Yes, eat. Them want to say eat. Them just say it in a different way. Like St. Elizabeth people tell about them latrine. Ah, where you do? Where they do? That a man to go be. Portland people in the market direction, the first thing they say, you go so boom. And when them say come down, they replace the come with come. Then you have some other set of people who talk up in the back of them nose. The Rebecca and Jessica, you know, me couldn't forget none of those. So you see, our language is so expressive and beautiful, and this is just one of the things that I'm very proud of. Right? Another thing is how creative we are. Right? Jamaicans, when they see somebody, if they don't know their name, they make up a name for them. Very simple and on the spot. And I saw your name from that day forward. So this other one now is called Jamaican nickname. Jamaicans keep it simple. We not give yourself no work. And if you think your name got stress, we just run out of luck. We name your base by how you look. If you're mager, what your name? Skinny. And if you want fat man, you can guess your name, give me. Then the most fat of your name are bigs. That's how Jamaican stand. If you want short girl, what your name? Shorty. Otherwise, a short man. We name your base by how you talk. That's it. Full stop, comma. If you talk and stutter, then wago and stammer. If you're long gone in the sky, are you them call tall man? We no business why your right name, as so Jamaican stand. We name a base pan how you smell now. You might think this kind of mean. But I know a man, them call him Mr. Green. Him right name, a Hendrix, but nobody no care. Because him arm a kick like Van Damme. I don't know how him shot not here. I know this youth. If you call him this, him vex. But him bleach him face brown and him body black. So them call him duplex. This person in every community, I mean I tell you, these are facts. The blackest man in the place. I him them call blacks. We have many other nicknames. We name people for fun. You see, if you're anything like me though, you'll never get none. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Corey Rhymes. If you want one more, give me a healthy round of applause. All right. So, another thing that I love about Jamaica is our food. Can you agree? The food nice, no? Yeah, man, the food nice, man. So this one is Jamaican food. And it goes like this. Jamaican food are the best. That's seasoned to the bone. You ever taste rice and peas so nice you could have eat it alone? You lick your lip and say, that food is shot. To all that seasoned and nice, you can't believe a rice and peas that. When last you ate some good food, boiled breadfruit and dasheen, dumpling and banana with saltfish and baked bean, and all of the breadfruit now for boil, you know, you can roast some. Get a cup of sour sap juice and eat breadfruit and run down. Me love total bad. My granny preferably with jazz. And she said, Bam, your musa bad like yours. Don't ask me why musa. I promise I don't know. But my mother made the kind of potato pudding will make you curl up your toe. Listen, ackee and saltfish, white rice and curry goat, a problem when Jamaicans go river go run boat. Me nah say the food will tire you, but you will get caught in the loop. Worse when you go reunion go drink the goat head soup. Listen, a plenty food we have. Not to mention rice and peas, the national Sunday dinner, whether locally or overseas. The oxtail is another one. That make you can't straighten your toe. Meat just a drop off for the bone. That you know. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
One more time for Corey Rhymes, ladies and gentlemen. Creative, cultural, comical, so enjoyable. Thank you so much, Corey. And I'm sure that you can see that culture is more than just tradition, right? It's really about, representing our identity and those experiences that help to shape us and make us who we are. And sometimes, yes, we do have our culture right here in Jamaica, but you can tell that, guess what? Based on location, your culture might shift a little bit based on how you speak, how you approach people, the food that you enjoy to, and how you enjoy those kinds of foods. So thank you so much, Corey, for highlighting that. I'm going to give you a new slogan, right? Culture, well, creative, cultural, and comical. And you can change the C to K, right? How that sound, all right? There we go. All right, Corey. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move into a few of our testimonials. And we have a number of persons who have been working with the JPC, and how the JPC has actually helped them with efficiency within their companies and within their organizations. So our first testimonial will be coming from Home Choice Enterprise Limited. And let me tell you a little bit about them. Founder and CEO, Miss Karima Munsi of Home Choice Enterprise Limited, and Vice President of the Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association. Now, Home Choice is a Jamaican food manufacturing company best known for its signature pepper shrimp. Starting with just $50 and a vision, Karima turned a small idea into a household brand, now carried in over 3,000 stores locally in the US, the UK, and Canada. I think that deserves a round of applause. A proud Jamaican Muslim whose ancestors came here over 180 years ago, Karima built her business on the principles of, and let me say that again, the principles, right, of faith, hard work, and self-reliance. She launched Home Choice without loans, relying instead on reinvestment, community-based partnerships, and disciplined savings. From her early days selling handmade jewelry and pot hangers to walking miles with a knapsack filled with shrimp, she has navigated decades of challenges including theft, larger companies benchmarking her products, and supply chain issues, all while expanding her product line to include lime juice, ginger extract, sorrel extract, and ginger beverages, just to name a few. Driven by her faith and passion, Karima continues to innovate and expand not only Home Choice, but she mentors small business owners, and she continues to prove that small beginnings, when grounded in purpose, can lead to powerful outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the CEO of Home Choice Enterprise Limited, Miss Karima Munsi.
Thank you, everyone. I was hoping they would put me after Corey Rhymes, so I could just follow some of the things he said. First of all, I'm Jamaican. I'm glad you spoke about that. I wear Jamaican colors. I wear Jamaican colors because I'm proud to be Jamaican. I also taught Jamaican. Like if I go abroad, I just make sure to talk the raw part. I'm saying, "You're Jamaican. Are you from where you from? You from India or somewhere?" I say, "Yes, my foreparents arrived in Jamaica 180 years ago." So just to let all know, don't bother ask me how long you're there. I'm there like 180 years ago. So, right. So I'm happy to be here because JPC came to my factory in 2023, and at that time we were much smaller than where we were today, and some of the recommendations made by them was helpful for us. The team was professional and provided some actionable recommendations to strengthen our operations. I was pleased that they recognized the strong systems that we already had in place, such as HACCP certification, quality controls, and preventative maintenance plans. Their suggestions has inspired us to take our operation even further. We are currently exploring the development of formal energy management strategy system, implementing technology upgrade, and putting in place more HR system for performance appraisals to boost the workforce productivity. We have also been working on improving waste management and investing in grey water systems, so we'll be able to use that back for production on the facility. strengthening our workforce by bringing in skilled professionals. So we recently brought in a CFO last year, and we are going with more corporate governance. Consultants in various areas, especially in our quality assurance systems and security. The JPC assessment gave us a clear forward path, and we have actively implemented many of their recommendations. We recently received I'll show you. We recently received the ME Awards, Jamaica Productivity Award, and this was for the MSME sector. In 2024, we moved from MSME to large company, and we are hoping that the JPC will award us for our large company. I'm going to take off my home choice hat now and put on my JMEA hat. So, or scarf, as you may think. I believe that the JPC should pay more attention to the micro companies, micro and small companies, because when I was really small, like 4 or 5 employees, we didn't have any highlights from any government agencies. It's not until we start to overperform then we started getting a lot of companies interested in our growth. So I really believe that the micro enterprise need that. They need to. You can visit the JMEA. You can contact me to find out who are the members that actually need this growth. So basically, we continue to build Jamaica and continue to build the Jamaican dream. And I'm going to do a campaign on building the Jamaican dream because we need to build the Jamaican dream. Thank you very much.
One more time for Ms. Karima Munsi, ladies and gentlemen, CEO, Home Choice Enterprise Limited, sharing how partnering with the JPC has enhanced her organization throughout the years. Our next testimonial will be coming from, before I get to that, ladies and gentlemen, have you received your cards? If you have not received your cards, can I see your hand, please? Okay. 1, 2 persons here. So I want to ensure that you've received your cards. Of course, we will be doing some activities a little bit later on. We're going to be giving you an opportunity to win some prizes. So if you haven't received your cards, just please keep your hand up so that a representative from the JPC they can get to you and of course give you a card as well. All right, so we're moving to our second testimonial, and that will be coming from Lidford Mining Company. We'll be hearing from Mr. Joel McConnell, Reliability Manager at Lidford Mining Company, and he'll be sharing his a testimonial on behalf of the organization. Now, founded in 1992, Lidford Mining Company pioneered the export of limestone products from Jamaica and is still responsible for more than 97% of the country's limestone exports. Located in St. Anne, they serve domestic customers as well as customers across the Caribbean, North America, and beyond, supplying the food and certain grades, white grade, chemical grade, and construction grade stone, supporting industries such as food, environmental management, construction, manufacturing, agriculture, and construction as well. I mentioned that. Now, our operations are guided by a commitment to quality, innovation, and sustainability, underpinned by the ethos, do the right thing, improve together, make it happen. And they also shared that they're extremely proud to have been awarded the JPC Productivity and Competitiveness Award for 2024 by the JMEA. A round of applause for them. And of course, as they lead the fledgling limestone products export sector, they have relied on productivity improvement initiatives to strengthen efficiency, enhance product quality, and support Jamaica's economic growth. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we will be hearing from Mr. Joel McConnell. Please make him feel welcomed.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. Before I begin, I just want to share Ms. Munsi. In the next JMEA Awards, you will have to tussle it out for that productivity award in the large company group. All right. All right. At Lidford Mining, productivity is a part of who we are. The support of the Jamaica Productivity Centre's Technical Assistance Services unit has been invaluable. Their snapshot productivity assessment confirmed our strengths. These strengths included our focus on customer satisfaction, our process efficiency, and our integration of artificial intelligence. We've used the JPC's recommendations to inform key strategic initiatives, including the movement into ISO certification, data capture processes, process automation, and predictive maintenance. Most importantly, the JPC reminded us that continuous improvement and strong partnerships are keys to sustainable growth. We're proud of what we have achieved and excited about where we are going, always striving to do the right thing, improve together, and make it happen. Now, the JPC audit broke down the path towards better productivity. It broke it down into 9 different areas. I won't share on all 9 areas, but I'll share on a few that really impacted our business. Number 1 being customer satisfaction. Now, if your customers aren't satisfied, it doesn't make sense. Companies in Jamaica produce to make customers satisfied. So some things that they had shared with us or recommended to us is to increase our sales pipeline and our customer engagement. What we understood from that and what we did after that recommendation was to implement regular sales meetings and implement an account manager system. Through this, we have increased our local sales in construction grade material and in what we'd like to call grounded calcium carbonate. So that shores up a definite pipeline for us. This also has driven us to seek ISO 9001:2015 certification. So we're currently in the process of becoming ISO certified. Secondly, process optimization. Now, over the years, we understand that everything can be improved. And when I joined Lidford Mining, we had taken a big turn into looking more at data-driven strategies. One thing that came out is our use of energy, our use of people, and this translates into process optimization. One big step that we have taken in the last 18 months was to purchase what we call a surface miner, which has transformed our mining practices. It has reduced the need for machines, it reduced the need for fuel, and has 7x our productive capabilities in terms of mining. This now makes it even better for us to sell on the international market because it cuts what we call our cost per ton and has helped us now to become a very productive partner for our overseas customers. Another facet in which the JPC has aided us is in our maintenance strategy. When I'm the reliability manager, I'm responsible for maintenance. Since I've been here, we have transformed our maintenance strategy, moving from corrective maintenance to predictive maintenance. Now, what that takes is to look at maintenance in terms of the data that you receive from your technicians, what is going wrong, and look at the broad systems as to how we can fix these problems. So one thing that they have recommended to us, and we were actually in the implementation phase, was the use of a computerized maintenance management system. We actually employ a system called Demo. If you guys want a recommendation, you can come to me. And it has helped us significantly in terms of organizing what we do as a maintenance team, tracking our preventive maintenance, and implementing any fixes that we see from our, for example, our root cause analysis. Lastly, they have helped us to inform, or have helped us to shape our technology strategy. Now, I can confidently say that many processes in our company have become more efficient due to the integration of artificial intelligence, especially in our HR department, in our production department, in our inventory department. We have used AI to solve many different tasks in terms of what is the most productive, the most efficient way, to I don't remember exactly, but the most efficient way to distribute parts and to create our critical spare parts list. So we took on a project to basically create many different critical spare parts lists for different groups of equipments, and AI was at the forefront of this. We got all this data from recent jobs, and we put it into AI and we asked the AI, based on this list and based on the manuals that we have also put in, what are the critical spares? And the AI was able to tell us in sheets, in Excel sheets, that these are the critical spares that you need to get for these equipment. So AI has been very monumental in this process. Now, as I said earlier, we had won the JMA Productivity Award for large companies last year, and this has propelled us with confidence to further improve our systems, further go out and say, we are Lidford Mining, we're a Jamaican company, and we can compete with the best in the world. Now, this morning I was listening to a radio broadcast, and it shared a snippet from one of the Prime Minister's recent speeches. He was speaking about labor and unemployment, and he said that currently we're almost at full work. The entire workforce is full. And what this does, these high levels of employment for an extended period of time, for 10 years, 15 years, it helps people to be able to purchase assets, helps improve GDP. People can save money and put towards a future and break the curse of intergenerational poverty. Right? So productivity is something that each and every one of us has to be responsible for, to ensure that we get the most out of our workforce and we keep our workforce employed. Now, I'll just leave us with this. Nations with higher productivity normally have a higher GDP and helps the country to become much richer and able to sustain their citizens. Thank you.
Mr. Joel McConnell, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for him. Our reliability manager speaking on behalf of Lidford Mining. I do have to acknowledge our minister, the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., who has joined us. Thank you for joining us, Minister. Are we ready to hear from him? Okay. All right. We're going to give him a few more minutes, but we have one more testimonial, ladies and gentlemen, and we will now be hearing from the National Housing Trust. The NHT is the leading housing finance institution in Jamaica. Established in 1976, the NHT is dedicated to increasing the country's housing stock and promoting home ownership. Now, it accomplishes this by investing contributions into the development of affordable housing, financing solutions, enhancing building systems, and improving efficiency within the industry. The trust provides low-interest, flexible loans for building, buying or improving homes, as well as for installing renewable energy systems. It also supports vulnerable contributors through grants, subsidies, and special assistance programs to meet their housing needs. Guided by its mission and a strong commitment to nation building, the NHT plays a pivotal role in transforming communities, shaping national policy, and empowering thousands of Jamaicans on their home ownership journey. So, ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Dr. Laney Oakley Williams, Senior General Manager at the NHT, and she will be sharing the testimonial for the trust. Please make her feel welcomed.
Good morning, everyone. I'm tempted to follow Corey and say, what a go on. Yeah. So I want to, of course, say all protocols observed, Minister, Permanent Secretary, CTD, and all the other members. So what has happened at the NHT? The NHT got involved with the Jamaica Productivity Centre last year, and let me tell you, they are a phenomenal team. Can you give them a round of applause? I mean, just excellent. And I'm going to share with you some of the things that came out of that exercise. So our journey to productivity excellence started with the JPC last year, and we were required to select a process for improvement in 2 weeks. Can you imagine, ladies and gentlemen, in 2 weeks' time? And so we said to them, give us the tools. And so JPC actually gave us these tools that we could use to enhance our process. And the process that we selected was our special assistance program. Now, the productivity competition offered the platform to accelerate some improvements that we already had, because Mr. Bodan, who is sitting here, my mentor, will tell you that we got involved in ISO 9001-2015 in 2022, and we were recertified this year in 2025. So yes, thank you. And this was as a result of working with the Bureau of Standards, working with Mr. Bodan, working with our consultant, Dr. Jajo. Now, Sir Azan, we were always looking at improvement, you know, because we had in fact won several customer service competitions, but we didn't want to become complacent. So during COVID, when everybody was afraid, you remember COVID? We decided to take on ISO 9001-2015, and we were successful. So we selected the special assistance program, and this program is really about mortgagors who are going through hardships. Anybody know about hardships? So you may have someone who was working and then they're not working anymore, or they have reduced hours, or they're having a health issue and they can't pay their mortgage. And so we wanted to help these persons who want to retain their homes by providing assistance. Now, this program is very customer oriented, and it's aligned to our desire to provide housing security. And of course, can't sit down without saying it's also part of Clause 10, Mr. Budan, improvement for the ISO 9001-2015, that standard. Now, what was the role of the Jamaica Productivity Centre? First thing they did, they give us a quiz. Can you imagine? So we had a pre-assessment where they came in and they looked at this particular process that we had selected, and then they gave us guidance. They helped us to see what are the things that we're doing good, and then the things that we need to improve. And I'm telling you, Shanique and Jonathan, they were very critical. They never just come and just say, boy, oh, you're doing good, good, good. No, they said this needs to improve, and this is how you can improve it. These are the tools. So can we give a round of applause to Jonathan and Shanique and the rest of the team? So the model they gave us looked at several areas, and the first area we want to look at is visual management systems. So we created a flyer and we placed it in 13 different locations island-wide. We wanted people to know about the program. If you need help, come to the NHT. We also created a special assistance tab on our website, so you can actually apply for special assistance. Prior to this, ladies and gentlemen, you had to send in a letter and, you know, a physical form. Now you can be at the beach and apply for special assistance once there's Wi-Fi. We also put posters and dashboards, and we labeled our workstations. So when the customer comes in, they were able to see that this is where you can get assistance, and these are the types of assistance. We also looked at communication. And I want to piggyback on something that was said earlier, the whole issue of people and how staff is important in productivity and staff engagement. So the communication process flow mapped from trigger to output, and it helped the staff to understand their role in the process. We also had various feedback mechanisms because, sir, the staff know how to fix things. I'm following Corey with his patois. Is the staff know how to fix the things? Sometimes you as management sit up there in your Eiffel Tower. You have to listen to the staff. You have to hear from them. And one of the things that grounded me in this is that when I was 18, I started at Scotiabank. I was a teller. And at that time, I didn't feel like I was being heard. I was just 18. Now, that was 5 years ago. Cue for laughter. And so I recognize how important it is to hear from your staff. Right, Munzi? Right. And so we created various feedbacks, including workshops and training. And so these training sessions were geared towards resolving the gaps that we identified. We also looked at another area on the model called mistake-proofing technique. Yes. So we looked at it and said, where were the bottlenecks and how can we reduce these mistakes? We had our supervisors complete evaluation review forms, and we also had error logs. And a lot of times these error logs were a gift. Say gift. Gift. We must not look at complaints and errors as, boy, how we get it wrong, but rather as an opportunity to improve. Mistake proofing. Next one we want to look at very briefly is the process cycle time tracker in our special assistance model. So our special assistance model helped us to track the cycle time at each stage of the process and look at it based on our service level agreements. We also used our application data to automatically select the most suitable option, because while we have a whole range of options to help our customers, depending on your specific situation, then the most suitable one would have been chosen. We also made sure that our KPIs were developed to monitor overall performance and measure customer satisfaction. So what were the improvements? Right? You won this inaugural competition. What were the improvements for this process at the NHD? Well, in just 2 weeks, we saw massive improvement. We reduced our transaction and cycle time by analyzing our workflows using the performance dashboards. Listen, we found that sometimes the applications were taking up to 60 days. Having implemented this, we have seen where in 9 days, a customer can get a response. Yes. And that to me is significant. Faster application processing and resolution for our customers that we serve. And as government entities, we are always geared to serving our customers. When we talk about the gift, that was the error log. So we were able to find out and have what are the issues and also put quality control mechanisms in place. And this improved proofreading and data validation, resulting in fewer errors. We also enhanced process efficiency. By process mapping and reviews, we identified opportunities to automate. Remember, I told you that customers can now on the beach apply for the special assistance program, and we were able to streamline the tasks. This increased productivity and allowed staff to focus on more value-added tasks rather than the repetitive routine work. We were also more data-driven because the performance tracking tool enabled the use of real-time data to select the most suitable relief option for each customer. And this improved operational efficiency as well as customer service. So here we are. Minister, you're in this picture. At our appreciation service where we were first place in the productivity competition in 2024. And these are some of the members of the team. And it was real teamwork. Shanique Robinson is here with me, and we had other persons, Dr. Susan Winter and others as well, who helped us to implement Latoya Miles. There's so many of them. So some of you, when you leave here, you'll say, yes, that sounds good, Laney. That NHT presentation sounds good, but what's in it for me? How can I help my helper, my gardener? What's in it for me? So what I'm saying is that if the persons that your friends and family members, if they have an issue with paying their mortgage, they can come to the National Housing Trust, or they can apply online for special assistance. And some of these include payment arrangements, moratorium, rescheduling, interest rate reductions, extension of the mortgage term, and also loan consolidation. Isn't that great? So you will be able, having left here, to say, not only did we improve, but you are able now to help persons on the road in your family who may need some assistance. Thank you, Mr. Azan, for the loan clap. But NHT is committed to improving. That's what we're here to do. How can we find options for our customers? Our last resort is to sell the property. So I want to thank the Productivity Centre, the excellent staff at the National Housing Trust who worked closely with JPC to achieve these goals. Dwayne spoke a lot about staff relations, and I'm saying yes, absolutely 100%. We have excellent staff at the NHT. So I'm going to ask some questions because we have some prizes. Who like prizes? And I know that
on the toolkit and access that, provide your feedback, because the truth is this. Productivity doesn't require perfection, but what it does is that bold step towards moving ahead. And today, that is why it's important for us to launch these toolkits and move ahead. We need your collective efforts, your collective input in order to be able to continuously optimize this into building out a very comprehensive or more comprehensive toolkit, a set of toolkits. In terms of alignment with productivity agenda, it also brings relevance to that as well. So, we're not just doing this in terms of in a silo just to say, okay, we can build a toolkit. Certainly not. Definitely, there are some key stakeholder considerations for these toolkits, naturally internal within the Jamaica Productivity Centre, and by extension, our ministry, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. Considerations as well for GOJ pillars, and of course, in terms of the student toolkit, feedback, of course, from the Ministry of Education in terms of those key components towards driving productivity improvement in those toolkits. In terms of the services, so that is something that I want to highlight as well, that is quite important. In terms of the services that these toolkits would lead you to in terms of the Technical Assistance Services Unit, that's what TASU stands for. It is the Productivity Snapshot Audit. I think earlier, it was mentioned that we did productivity snapshot audits within some of these organizations, and they've seen results. That is a free service that we offer to the public in terms of organization reaching out to us to basically get an overview of their operation and so on. So let's say a business or a government organization does utilize our toolkit. It gives them a score ranking in terms of bronze, gold, platinum, and so on. And then what it does is to give you an interpretation of that leads you back to the Jamaica Productivity Centre in terms of our services that we offer. So it could be a snapshot, it could be a tailored productivity workshop. So that is something certainly that we ourselves offer as a service as well. We do detailed productivity audits as well. And of course, there's a component that focuses on a custom consulting and mentorship, where over time we can, because we don't just want to come into your organization and just assess and leave. We want to ultimately see those improvements. And so that is a pathway coming out of these toolkits. Now, what are the next steps for these toolkits? So it's, as I said earlier, it's not just about showing you some fancy paper today, but the intention is to adopt a continuous improvement approach whereby we're constantly refining and improving these toolkits. with your feedback, of course. And that's why we embedded elements for improvement in terms of that. Of course, this ultimately we want to get to the point where we're developing a central knowledge hub for easy access. So, for example, we're looking at stuff like additional resources such as videos, case studies that can become ultimately as a resource center. So the toolkit as it is now is in the most basic format in terms of a scorecard component where it gives you, once you've completed it, it gives you a score rating depending on your particular area and grouping. So, and of course, we want to also encourage cross-sector collaboration in terms of driving improvements. All right, so one of the things that we did, just to quickly give perspective, is to do just a quick demonstration of what it would look like to utilize the digital version of the toolkits. So it's just a quick video that is here that we will play. So you can just take a look at the video and you'll be able to see what the digital version looks like. So on opening up the toolkit, you go to it asks you the area that you're from. So you'd select that. You put in your information, and you can just easily type that in. It asks you for some other key information as well, because one of the things that we want to be able to do is not just to have you complete the toolkit, but also have some traceability in terms of knowing where you are from, your email address, and that kind of information on the back end of the digital version. Of course, in the physical copy, you won't be able to enter these kind of information, obviously, but certainly from the digital end. And, it just basically goes through, it's very straightforward, easy to use, and you just need to answer the questions, pretty much like a Likert scale for the government and the business ones, and you would just complete that. And at the end of completion, you get a score. So currently on screen you'd be seeing it just going through the different questions. So it's basically prompting you on the areas that we would have crafted to be the most critical areas to that particular operation, whether it be in government or it be in businesses. Right? So for example, this is the business one that we're looking at, which is quite similar in terms of setup to the government one. There are different areas. Right? So the score comes up, congratulations, and it gives you a score. It gives you a score interpretation, and that score interpretation now tells you what exactly is your score saying and what are some of those services now that could help you to drive that improvement. So for example, it could say you're a brand. So one of the things you should be considering is a tailored productivity workshop to help to build capacity in terms of driving the gaps and challenges that you're facing. And of course, when you're done, you are able to submit. It gives you a pop-up message to tell you that you have successfully completed, and essentially that would essentially be the use of the toolkit in that regard. For context, I've also included, as I said, the setup for the business one is quite similar to the government one, but I've also included the student one as well. So we can move ahead into that one. Right, so again, it takes you to the landing page. You click, you go to student. This one, currently as it stands, again, it asks you your location. So in this case, Clarendon was selected, the three main levels. There's also inclusion and consideration for the lower level, which is kindergarten. So we'll optimize that over time, right? So it asks you your information, again, putting your key information in, and you basically move through those elements. This one is quite simple. It asks you some key questions that were designed specifically to impact in terms of your effectiveness as you go through on your academic journey for varying levels. And like the other two toolkits, it also gives you practical steps that could be used to improve the areas that you would have given your feedback on. This one it doesn't give you bronze or silver or gold, but it gives you a score and a score interpretation in terms of those practical elements. And again, once you're complete with it, you submit, and it gives you a message indicating that you have successfully completed. That updates in our back end, and we're able to access, and move ahead. So essentially, what are these? What are we sharing here today? Is really a step in the right direction in terms of us making it accessible for productivity to be something tangible for government, businesses, and for students. And if we're speaking about culture and we're trying to shift culture, we could look at it and say that those are three key elements that we need to consider. Of course, obviously from the educational standpoint, that is something that we have to ingrain from a very early age, this whole productivity conscious mindset. And of course, continuous stakeholder engagement. That is something that, this is not something that is a final or will ever be a final product. It will continuously evolve over time, and that's the journey of productivity. We want to ensure that we always are optimizing and improving towards the betterment of our society, betterment of our businesses, betterment of our students. And once we have accomplished ultimately that culture that we want, and we can be confident to say that we are a nation that is productive and moving in the right direction. So essentially, I want to thank you all. This is my presentation, very brief. If you can go ahead if you wish to just scan and give feedback to this particular presentation. And if you have any questions, if you have any feedback, I'm here and other members of the team to take your questions. Sir Azan. Go again, repeat.
Data collection, when people fill out, we have access to see what's going on. Yeah, I just want to say, in terms of data collection, when people fill out, we have access to what's going on, so we can review and know where we are.
Right, so that's a great point. So essentially, the data that is entered into the toolkit, we manage the back-end use of that software. So we're able to easily manage and utilize the data and manipulate and create access to that in a useful way. All right?
In terms of marketing to the schools and the government offices, can you just update the public on how we're going to manage that part of it? Because it's very important, everyone, that we start at a very young age to push productivity from the family side of things going right. Can you imagine those students that are really focused on productivity? What's going to happen when they get older and start working? It's going to be embedded in their whole lifestyle, in their whole morals, values, everything. And Minister, it could have a really positive, if transformational effect on our country.
Right, so the quick response to that is that we, through our work plan, we plan to integrate this to the public. So, our public education campaigns, the work that the technical unit does, as well, to make it even more accessible in terms of the digital version of that. One of the things that we're also wanting to do and will do as we launch today is to send this, the digital version out to our database. So we have a refined database that we are able to send this toolkit to, so that they'll have knowledge of it and be able to access it easily. All right. Cool.
Jonathan Isaacs, ladies and gentlemen, one more time for him, please. Productivity does not require perfection, but it simply allows us to move ahead. Thank you so much, Jonathan. So we're going to keep our proceedings moving, ladies and gentlemen, and I do have a quick activity for you. So if your card is from the finance industry, please stand. Hi. Anybody else? Oh, I have a few persons, okay? I need someone to share how their term boosts productivity in finance. How your term boosts productivity in finance. It's on. You see it on the card? Yes. Yes, it's on your card. So you can share the term and tell us how it boosts productivity in finance. I'm going to select, I can select 2 persons, Tamar? Yes, 2 persons? Okay. Or I should allow you to volunteer yourselves. Yes. Who is going first? Don't all shout at me once. Yes, all right.
I'll go first. All right, my term is fraud detection. So just to be concise, fraud detection will reduce wastage and improve processes massively, because if you have, for example, in 100 different applications, you have 10 or 15 of them that are fraudulent. If you're not able to detect the fraud, then you would have processed those applications and then wasted all that time and resource. So fraud detection is important.
All right, give him a round of applause. I think we have a prize for you. All right, I'm going to select 2 more persons actually. Oh, come to the back for the prize. Okay, so head to the back for your prize. Okay, anybody else? All right. And please feel free to introduce yourselves. Your name, where you're coming from. Can I get a microphone to the back table, please?
Good morning. I am Tamara Shaw McFarlane from the Ministry of Education, so I'm an educator.
Okay.
I have digital banking, and if we all think about traffic, digital banking is the answer to not moving from where you are and ensuring that you're able to conduct your productivity while banking.
All right. Quick, simple. Quick and easy response. Okay, so we do have a prize for you. I need 1 more volunteer. Oh, you're going to go ahead? Okay. Yes, go to the back for your prize.
Good afternoon. I'm Xavier McFarlane. I'm a student at the University of the West Indies, Mona, and I got customer onboarding. Now, with productivity, in my mind, there are a lot of things to consider when you look on customers. But I think that key to this, or chief in this, is that your customers are your primary assessors of how productive your company is. So with that, when the customers assess your productivity, the more productive your company seems, I guess the more they will have a sort of loyalty to that particular company and brand. And that, in turn, boosts finance.
Okay, thank you. Please head to the back of the room for your prize. All right, so we have some more activities a little bit later on. But I do also have to acknowledge our sales director from Sherwin-Williams, who is here with us, Mr. Kenneth Richardson. Where are you, Mr. Richardson? Please wave so that I can see you. He has 2 gift certificates of 5 gallons each of paint for 2 persons to win at the end of our proceedings today. Yes, 5 gallons each. You're not splitting the 5 gallons, it's 5 gallons for you and 5 gallons for you, right? And for you and you and you. I'm trying to get some more. Hint, hint, Mr. Richardson. I'm working on it. I'm trying. Yes, so we have to just stay until the end of our proceedings, ladies and gentlemen, and you will have a chance to win one of those gift certificates, okay? So now it's time to hear from our keynote speaker, who will be discussing culture-driven productivity, shaping mindsets for resilience, innovation, and partnership. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me first acknowledge our moderator. Afternoon, everyone. Acknowledgements to my permanent secretary, Mrs. Jennings, from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, chairman of the Jamaica Productivity Centre, Mr. Azan, and board members who are here, Mrs. Tamar Nelson, CTD, for the JPC, Mr. Mayaki, Is that correct? Well, when I speak showers are a thing that I accept and receive. Yes. Let me not start. So, Mr. Mayaki, Google Public Sector Caribbean. The last time I heard the name Mayaki was Karate Kid. Yes? Okay, yes. Mr. Benny Salo, representatives from the IDB and other international organizations, public sector friends who are here from various ministries, departments, and agencies, private sector leaders, union representatives, educators, students, and members of the civil society, other distinguished guests, persons joining online, staff of the Jamaica Productivity Centre and the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Everybody is busy, but I wonder who is really productive. If you stop anyone and ask them, they'll tell you, I'm so busy, I'm busy. But the question for us is, what are you busy doing? And are you finding the way to use your time and your energy and your resources consistently to drive output? And that's the difference between being busy and being productive. The reality is that for us at the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, JPC, our responsibility is to ensure that the country properly defines productivity and appropriately knows how to be productive and gets the support to ensure that you are able to move along that productivity pathway. And as the chairman said a while ago, and which is agreed by all of us here, the earlier we start is the better it will be for this to be integrated as a norm for all of the next generation of leaders coming up in Jamaica. And I want to say before I go any further that it is truly a pleasure to be here. I want to ensure that this conversation does not stay in this room, but it must be a conversation that is widespread, Mr. Budan. We need to ensure that all of us who are here take on the responsibility of continuing the conversation on productivity wherever we have our own offices, our homes, our churches, restaurants, anywhere you can. Coming out of World Productivity Day in June, we said that we're moving from intention to impact. That means we have to equip individuals, we have to equip the businesses, the institutions to shift from now just conversation that we have the responsibility to drive to execution. So we discuss here, we drive the conversation, we move to execution, and that will move us from the plans to results. And it's important. So for today's launch, the toolkit is not something to take and shelve. You know, sometimes you get a gift, PS, and you say to yourself, you know, this is so nice, I'm not going to use it unless I'm going to the Governor General's ball or a wedding or something important. I'm going to put this down. And then when you go back to find it, dry rot. You know, I saw a lady whose shoe bottom dropped off at a wedding. And I went to her to help her. And she said, no, Mr. Charles, 5 years may have these shoes and no wear it. I said, that's why you mustn't put down things. This toolkit mustn't dry rot like the lady's shoe. It must be used. Utilize it. The information that we are providing is to become a part of your daily routine. Whenever you speak to anybody again in life and you hear them say, I'm so busy, or you say to them, I'm busy, ask yourself, busy doing what? Are you putting out more results, better results, improving your results? What are you doing? Over the recent years, Jamaica has made some progress. I'm happy to hear our Prime Minister when he speaks, because he speaks about productivity. And he has charged me with the responsibility of ensuring that myself and Dr. Dunn, who would have been here, but has some events that he could not get out of, that we must push to make sure that we embed productivity into the DNA of how we think, how we work, how we lead across every sector in this country. And I know that it is sometimes difficult for persons, as we're talking here now. Believe me, when we are saying productivity, there are persons listening to us, maybe on the radio, maybe they'll watch this at some point, and it doesn't naturally just click. Like if you go to a student and you say to them, how are you going to be better in chemistry? They can say, well, I just need to take my chemistry book, I need to read, I need to improve, do what I have to do. For when you say productivity, people understand, you know. But often if you say to somebody, what are you going to do to advance productivity? They'll say, be more productive. You understand what I'm saying? But they don't get down to the nitty-gritty of how to be more productive. What does it really mean? What do you have to do? When do you do it? Where do you do it? When does it start? What's the role that you play? That's why those ISO standards, those protocols are critical. Because those standards, those protocols are going to help all of us, not just those persons who have natural capacity towards productivity, but everyone, to know what to do and to have support to be able to move step by step along that pathway. I tell you something, I'm proud of what I've seen in the last 10 years. Not just because I'm a member of the cabinet, but as a Jamaican. The reality is Jamaica is sending a message across the world. We're no longer just moving towards mediocrity. Not in this world where we have rapid evolution, disasters, uncertainties. The cost of just being mediocre is too expensive. The cost of inaction is way too great. So Jamaica is being bold and calculated, and that's why we are here today at this function. Very important. In recent years, we have made some significant strides. The Planning Institute of Jamaica has reported that unemployment has fallen this year, now moving below 3.5 to a historic low of 3.3% in Jamaica. These are numbers that are unheard of for developing countries in our region. And what is critical is that though this is the lowest level in more than 60 years, if you go around the country, you still see where there's massive room for improvement. Am I correct? You see it, you feel it. Youth unemployment is at a record low, falling from almost 30% in 2016, that's not even 10 years ago, to 12.3% in the first quarter of this year. Do not take for granted the strides that we're making in our country. Does it mean everything is perfect? No. But we have taken significant steps in the right direction. But as there's more work to do, as the gap is closing, as there are new opportunities, as it is opening up for thousands of young Jamaicans, it means that we must now move the conversation to execution in terms of productivity. Because we are about hitting now that stage along the curve where all of the effort and the time and the resources has been spent to move you to that place where you now have to start using what you have in a different way, not just using it. National poverty rate has been halved from 16.7% just in 2021 to an unprecedented low of 8.2% 2 to 3 years later. This is some club. Trust me, this is great. You know, I tell you this. I find that Jamaica, a blessed nation, sometimes we don't appreciate who we are. I was in a room once speaking with persons about the Olympics. And I remember having a conversation when Jamaica, I think we got a silver medal. A silver medal, I think it was. And the person was livid, cursing, almost turning over the table. Who are this? How can I rubbish this? And I said to myself, you know, I don't think we realize that it is not normal for you to have the fastest man and the fastest woman year after year. But it has become so normal for us that we don't realize when we're still doing well. But I want to highlight it for you that we are on that pathway because, you see, if you do not acknowledge what's taking place, then you can't hold it and know exactly how to utilize it in a productive way. So we must know what stage we are at. We must know what's happening with poverty, what's happening with crime, what's happening with all of the various elements that impact productivity. These are not accidents. These are the result of targeted investments, skills, strategies, allocations in the budget, determination of every Jamaican who works, who innovates, who contributes. So when you look on our movement as a country, productivity still remains what you call the Achilles heel. Jamaica's labor productivity grew by only 0.3% per year, far behind other countries like Costa Rica and Domrep. And the gap is not due to any lack of talent. It's not due to us having, not understanding technology, but it is there. And at the end of the day, Jamaica has the capacity to match and surpass what is happening across our region, and that must be our goal. We must, as a collective, spare no effort to close the gap on productivity. Once we do so, I dare say that if we can focus on the next 5 to 10 years on being more productive and actually get it done by 2030, 2035, the conversations we have in this room will start off as such. Now that productivity has been managed by the government, the great question that we have for the public and private sector is which countries will be offering visa admission free, and which countries we're going to have to apply some fees to because we can take no more tourists in the country. Our hotels are filled, Airbnb is at the maximum, construction is maxed out, our wharves can take no more cement to build. At this stage, we will have to shut the borders for at least 1 week, just to give the workers and the people a rest. That's the conversation we're having. Everybody wants Jamaica, even in bad times. What they're going to want in good times. So productivity is the vision for our country. Productivity is critical. And if you listen to the explanation of our toolkit, you can understand that what we're doing today is a bold step, but it is a practical step in terms of addressing the challenges, and that's a part of this entire process, helping you to identify the challenges, to, with clear purpose, drive greater efficiency in the operations of your business. When I stood here on World Productivity Day in 2023? Yes. I said right here, productivity is a lifestyle. And in my mind, I was speaking about my own household, where I have 4 children. Did I have 4 at the time? I have a 3-year-old, so 3.5 children at the time. He just came out. So, and they're all different personalities. My eldest daughter, you go down to her room, you knock, because you have to knock and wait. You know if you have a 15-year-old, anybody here? 14, 15? You know what yes. Yes, Daddy. Yes. Opened up. She's spreading up something. There's some clothes that has to spread. There's something that has to be done. She has to leave her work because she has to clean something else. I said, Pia, you are always busy. But I'm going to go home now. And you know what I'm going to say to her, right? You're always busy. But are you productive? My other daughter, she matters not. She doesn't care about business, productivity, nothing. She's just going to get up, but she still gets things done. It's amazing. She's not at the same pace as the older one. But at the end of the day, she's still getting done, getting the grades, moving, different personalities. Now, for those 2 young ladies, my goal has to be now to take them in their different personalities. And I'm not saying the same productivity toolkit, but something of that sort has to be integrated into their lifestyle. So I say to them all the time, Omar, I say, listen, it's summer now, you can have fun, but set out your schedule. Let me see what you plan to do, how you plan to do it. And make sure that you're balancing between your work, your fun, and make something in between that is work, but you make it fun. And I found that because they're so addicted to the devices, what I've tried to do as a father is to control the devices as much as possible and integrate it into their productivity journey. So that instead of them playing 12 hours of Roblox, which I have banned from my house based on seeing the ABC, and what is all that, where the man turn up at the people in the house? Yes? Yeah. And give them rather some tools using the device that they like to hold in their hand anyway. So we integrate it in that way. And similarly for our business sector, we have to find ways to use the power of the technology, of the devices, of the artificial intelligence in your hands to enable the automation of what are routine tasks, streamline operations, free up your team to be able to do other things. I heard somebody, Rochelle, say when the AI, ChatGPT came out, that, okay, now so many persons will lose their jobs. I said, no. You're not going to see persons losing their jobs. What may happen is you may change your focus in your job if you find a way to utilize AI properly. And I really do hope, particularly for the public sector, that as we apply these toolkits, if we do so effectively, if we utilize artificial intelligence, if we pull all of this technology in, this is how we will boost workflow efficiency. Things that would take us 2 days, we can do now in 2 minutes, which does not mean you don't have nothing to do. What does it mean? Huh? You can do more things. So you should never be afraid of the technology. Don't be afraid of AI. I've had persons saying to me of the potential impact of artificial intelligence on labor and how it's going to shift labor and people start losing jobs. I just don't agree. I think we need to own it. I think at this stage we need to be teaching our children how to become prompt engineers. As was said when we had our productivity conference last year. I think there need to be youngsters here who are putting together AI summer camps, AI Christmas interventions, so that the children can become inherently productive, naturally productive in how they think and how they deliver. And not just youngsters. For us at the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, we're trying to make our elders more productive as well. And so we introduce the concept of the toolkit to them, Mr. Budan, through the digital literacy program. Where, and I'm not saying your name because of any reference to elders or senior citizens. We had a group of seniors who, for them, it was much more than just learning how to utilize the device. It was networking. It was conversation. It was almost hope that this retirement journey isn't the end. Yes? It was a way of making them know that we value this next chapter of your life and we wanted to give you the energy and the gas to be able to drive the vehicle and to make the most of it. So I mentioned all of these things, from my children to the elders, because the toolkit, it needs to be the genesis, an amplifier of how we think around productivity, for us to utilize it in every way, in every means, to really drive the culture shift, the mindset shift that is needed in Jamaica, from moving from blame to ownership, moving from this well-known lateness, and I really shouldn't be saying that since I came late today, but for good reason, everybody knows what's happening, to punctuality, from excuses to results. So the toolkit, the digital literacy program, the mentorship initiatives, all of these things are critical tools. But for you to use those tools, we have to be disciplined. We have to learn how. We have to acquire the skills. You have to acquire the knowledge to make sure that the entire Jamaica, not just the government, sees this as a national mission. Government, business, educators, workers, civil society, all of us have to choose efficiency. We have to choose to be productive. It's not going to happen by just accident. As a matter of fact, I read something once that said productivity is not by accident. Productivity requires very deliberate, strategic approaches to make sure that you are achieving your goals. And if I'm to ask you now, table by table, who do you see? Let me ask. Is the managing director, Sherman Williams? Right? Huh? Yeah. You must receive what God is sending to you. You didn't get what I said, right? You should say, yes, amen, brother. Yeah. So, let me just ask you, who around you do you see as the most productive person? If you're to think of it, it doesn't have to be in your business, just generally. If you think of one person in the world who you see as productive, who would it be? Yes, in the world. Yes. Just one person. Zuckerberg. Anybody else? Give me another name. Anybody else? Who? Ali, okay. Yes. Anybody else? Anybody else? Trump call already, man. Anybody else? Give me one more name of someone who you see as productive. Young people at the front. One name. One name. Who? Me? All right. All right. I'll take that. Thank you. Yo, Mr. Budan, this is a public meeting, please. Please. This is a public meeting. But the point is, Mr. Budan, that could be taken in such a wrong way. Are we live? Just to be clear, that's Robert Budan. All right. My point is this. No matter who I ask, the person you think of is successful. At least in your eyes. And I say that because naturally, productivity is linked to success. And if we reverse engineer, you realize that they didn't just pop out and become successful, you know. That success came from a productive lifestyle where they set out clear goals, where they found a way to use their time. They have the same time as us, 24 hours. But they utilize that time in a different way. They set their goals, and most importantly, as we said, I think it was last year, Omar, when I was asked what would be the phrase or the motto, I said, now waste no time. That's what I said. I said, use that with the kids. Now waste no time. As a matter of fact, I wrote my song, which needs to come out. I'm going in the studio. Yes. Don't play with me. Think it's a joke. Listen out for it. Don't waste no time. But it's not easy for many people, because if you grow up in a household where you're seeing people waste time, you naturally waste time because that's what you see. And so we have to take hold of how our country is moving into the next chapter of development for Jamaica. Let me just close off by issuing a very clear call to action. First, to our business leaders, make productivity a core element of your corporate culture. Use the productivity toolkits, reward excellence, embrace artificial intelligence and digital systems, not as optional extras, but as an essential tool to sharpen your competitive edge. To our schools and educators, let productivity shape the way you teach. Don't be afraid to utilize the technology. Mentor and inspire our students. Culture young minds to value discipline, value effort, and value results, so we build a generation prepared to excel in Jamaica's future economy. To my fellow public servants, let us lead by example. Demonstrate to the nation that the government can be efficient, responsive, and outcome-driven. Use these toolkits to raise the bar for service excellence and accountability across every public entity. And finally, to every Jamaican worker, whether you are in uniform, whether you're behind a desk, whether you are on a work site or in a field, productivity is not someone else's business or responsibility. It belongs to you. It belongs to each of us individually. See this moment as your personal opportunity, your advantage, and your pathway forward. So let us return to what I see as powerful call within this year's theme. Culture-driven productivity, shaping mindsets for resilience, innovation, and partnerships. Let them be more than just words on a banner. Please, let them represent our collective mission and our shared vision for a stronger Jamaica. For those who are wondering what to do, start wherever you are. Don't watch nobody. Start where you are. Use what you have. Do what you can. Thank you all. One love.
Embedding productivity in how we think, in how we work, in how we lead, in how we live. Thank you so much, Minister. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, for the Honorable Colonel Charles Jr. Thank you so much, Minister, for leaving us with a call to action and, of course, reminding us that productivity is our own responsibility. We can't leave that up to anyone else but our very selves. So thank you so much, sir. So now it's time to hear from our Chief Technical Director. So let's put our hands together for Tamar Nelson.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so I'm the one standing between you and lunch, so I'm going to be very brief. But to start off, I want to ask a question. Now imagine that it's 2035 and you work in an organization that is thriving, it's resilient, it's future ready, what decision did you make today to get you there? So what decision did you make today to get you there? Think about that for 30 seconds. It's 2035. And you're how you want to be, with who you want to be around. And you're thriving, resilient, productive. What came to mind when you when you heard that question? What did you have to do today to get you there? You can shout it out. Oh. Minister. I see a hand here, Mr. Richardson. Identify bottlenecks and the cause of those bottlenecks. Thank you. And next, subscribing to discipline. Good one. Any other? Yes. Is that Mr. Millington? All right, to do more than you did yesterday and with less. And that's Samuel Millington from Lidford Mining, which was very similar to what Mrs. Millington said from Lidford Mining, that what she does is that she acts immediately. She acts now. So once she gets the thought of what the issue or the problem is, she acts now. Right? So we're seeing some of those responses, innovation, leadership, adaptability, digital transformation. Those were some responses I got when I met with a group of leaders from the Sherwin group the other day. You remember that, Mr. Richardson? Yes. And, the first thing we have to decide is to be around in 2035, right? And the second thing that we need to do is to start acting like it, like we want to be around, right? So, did we get there by the strength of our team? We have to build the team now. Did we grow an organization of leaders? We have to grow them now, right? Did we serve our clients amazingly well? Let's start to understand what they want and double down on that and give them the service that they want now, right? So in the past 20 years, over 20 years that the JPC has been around, we are in the business of helping organizations to bridge those gaps and to execute, as you have heard, the systems and the leadership, right, to build successful companies. And this means that we have to do things differently. It can't be the same thing that got us here. It won't get you there, exactly, right? So that has to be our primary focus on our future, and that our future state depends on what we do today, right? And we have been hearing some great takeaways so far this morning, right, about attitude, values, mindsets, and, and a lot of discussion around what I call the biggest room in the universe, and that is the room for improvement, right? So we heard about the overall gross output per worker that's increasing. We heard about the cultural and the personal mindsets that we need to unlock, right? So that we can have scaled output. So productivity, as the minister said, is everyone's business, right? And there's no magic bullet for it. We have to do the work. And in this afternoon session, you will hear from some more of our partners, right? That we have some exciting projects coming up that will look at building out a productivity ecosystem that the minister would have spoken in his sectoral speech. So we have a project now that is starting with the ILO, and you'll hear more about that. So please come back and hear more about how we are going to build out those productivity ecosystems here in Jamaica. And we also spoke about measurements. So we have somebody from the UNCTAD team. We have a project with them as well, a 3-year project. We're going to be looking at building out productive capacities here in Jamaica with this UN group. So we heard from our local partners, right? I know some clients, they are partners now for productivity.
we heard Lidford speaking about rising and shining, our NHT partners. Yes, we gave them 2 weeks because when you have found the problem, you shouldn't wait on it. And but we didn't hear from one group, right? And those were our students. So at this time, I have two persons here today that I want to introduce. And they are Zarice Williams and Xavier McFarlane, who are from the University of the West Indies, from the Georgia Lane Hall. They are Panthers, who I work sometime with in terms of mentoring and so forth. So they are from the Integrated Marketing and Communications Department program at ULI. And Mr. Xavier McFarlane is now going to enter the Norman Manley School of Law. So we just invite them briefly to share how they have been more productive in their various studies at school.
Okay, hi, good evening. Thank you again for having me. So I'd say I've been relatively productive coming to Jamaica from a much smaller island and taking on a variety of responsibilities, including extracurriculars, student leadership, while also maintaining a relatively good GPA and working my way up to Hall Chair of the Georgia Lane Hall. Oh, I forgot to add, I'm from St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Good afternoon again, everyone. So, being a student like me who loves to participate in almost everything at school, extracurricular activities and so forth, leadership and that sort of thing, productivity warranted some sort of intentionality. So I had to make sure that I was scheduling everything properly. You know, I was the Faculty of Law representative serving on the Guild, so that had me looking on student affairs, but I also had to prioritize my student affairs. So I had to study using the Pomodoro method, where I put 25 minutes per interval to studying, putting in the work, and then 5-minute breaks. And that helped me to, allow my input to be relative to the output, and that boosts productivity in my academics. Thank you.
Give them a round of applause. That's the future that we're looking at right there, and we can't talk about productivity and don't, incorporate our future right there. So we can see that, as what Minister said a while ago, them no waste no time, right? So we are happy that you have all taken the time to be here with us, to have a day for productivity, and based on what you have heard, one thing that I would want you to do today is to take away at least one thing that I can do differently starting tomorrow, or even improve today. So as you listen to the experiences and the conversations, please write down that one thing, and let's make a better future. So thank you. I'll hand over back to the moderator, and do enjoy the rest of the day and your lunch as well.
Tamar Nelson, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And thank you so much to our students from the university as well for sharing their experiences. So as you can see, we have started lunch. We are going to be enjoying lunch for about an hour, or I'd say a little less. Yes, about a little less. But during that time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be entertained by saxophonist Daniel John Jackson. And also a few members of the JPC will be coming around, and, they want to get some insight as to how you've been enjoying the forum thus far. So please don't shy away, right? Share your experiences, share your thoughts. Do enjoy lunch, and we will resume in just about 45 minutes.
Feel good,
Just the essence of some personal experiences, but also it focuses on children and productivity. So at this time, let's put our hands together and let's welcome Dr. Euphemia Burke Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Let me associate myself with the protocols already established. Now, how are we doing? I must say that lunch was sumptuous, toothsome, delicious. Let me see if I can get your attention. Let me see those of us who have ever lived in the dark for a day. You've ever been in the dark for one whole day. One whole day, all right, I see one person. What about 2 days, total darkness? All right, so nobody, no company there. All right, so let me share with you that when you cannot read, you are really in the dark. And unlike, let me see those who know common entrance because it will just date you now. Right. And then I missed that opportunity to get my name in the Gleaner that Friday morning. Let me see those who got that. Oh my God. Yes, that was the experience. I didn't get it because of the fact that I was in the dark. But guess what? After another year in grade 6, my teacher gave me a gift with the title Most Improved Student. Clap me again, clap me again. Yes, yes. And when I got that gift, it ignited something in me and caused me to be hungry. And I remained hungry ever since. And so I have decided, having been able to remove myself from the darkness, now I can see clearly now. I was able to chronicle my experience with a hope to inspire. And so I am presenting this as a gift of motivation. It's wrapped up in humor of what happened to me as I grew up on the mountain range of the Juan de Bolas Mountain. Let me see those who know the place. It's in Jamaica. And it is in St. Catherine. Right, so I grew up on the mountain range of the Juan de Bolas Mountain, where we stayed there and we looked over into Huayras Vale. Yes, passing Codger's Hill. That's where I'm from. And so all of that is wrapped up in this book that I am hoping to share with you. It's a beautiful slice of my life and life on the mountain range. All right, so you can consult with me. I'm right there, and I hope to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, have a one. The title of the book, thank you, is Most Improved Student. Yes, in the classroom of life. Clap me for that too. It has a hope to inspire. God bless you so long.
Thank you so much, Dr. Euphemia Burke Robinson. So it's time to head into our next presentation, ladies and gentlemen. And in achieving the National Productivity Agenda, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security partners with various entities. Ongoing partnership is with the UNCTAD through the UNDA-sponsored Stronger and Greener Productive Capacities Just for Transitions in Caribbean SIDS project. Our next presenter is also, or I should say, is a statistician at UN Trade and Development, specializing in statistical capacity building and data analysis to support evidence-based policymaking, especially on trade in services. He contributes to the development, application, and dissemination of the Productive Capacities Index, working with countries to strengthen their statistical systems and assess their productive potential. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting on strategies for effectively measuring productive capacities to drive efficiency analysis, let's welcome Mr. Benny Salo. Put your hands together for him, who will be joining us virtually.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that introduction. Greetings to all distinguished guests. Thank you so much for inviting me and inviting UN Trade and Development to this wonderful occasion. The warm atmosphere and optimism is streaming through the screen loud and clear and makes it really, makes me regret not being there. I wish you will have a continued good afternoon in this regard. Let me share my screen and let me redo that in a better way. And I would like to hear some loud protests if my slides are not showing up. What I really want to talk about is what I know. And what I know is the Productive Capacities Index. I congratulate the JPC on all the work they are doing. The testimonials from this morning also spoke loud and clear about the value of their work. I see a very strong focus on making enterprises, establishments, companies more productive. What my team is a little bit more interested in or focused on, we're very interested in what happens on the enterprise level as well. But what the Productive Capacities Index tries to measure is what is going on an economy level. I think I might be preaching to the choir if I'm saying that data is the first step of figuring out where we're heading and what to do. So what UNCTAD, UN Trade and Development, wanted to do is to define and measure progress when it comes to productive capacities and fill a gap in international statistics. And as we all know, make the invisible something that is actually visible. The Productive Capacities Index is based on a UN conceptual framework where we see that the productive capacities rests on three pillars. It's the productive resources that exist in the economy. It's the natural resources, human resources, financial and physical capital. But that's not enough. You need some entrepreneurial capabilities, some core competencies and technological capabilities. But in addition to that as well, you need the linkages between different parts of the economy to bring something that is bigger, a whole that is bigger than its parts. The Productive Capacities Index that we disseminate at UNCTAD looks a little bit like the regular work we do looks like this. We have a high-level advisory board advising us on what measurements to focus on and what the broad strategy of the index should be. We have a statistical and technical advisory group with representatives from academia, from national statistical systems, and from other UN agencies to advise us on how to make this as a reliable and meaningful index as possible. And what we do is we do biannual updates. Every second year, we try to get a new update, and the next one is coming up this October. So right now, if you go online on the UNCTAD Stat site, you will find data for the years 2022. And once we update in October, we will have data up until 24. And then we'll do some development work to extend the Productive Capacities Index. And I will return to that briefly at the end of my presentation. So you will find these data. These data are readily available and free to use. You will find them in the UNCTAD Stat Data Center. Simple internet search will lead you right. There is a conceptual page on the UNCTAD web pages as well, describing what the idea is and the the philosophy about behind the index. What you will find is an index with an overall score, but then also 8 category scores. These are ICT, structural change, natural capital, human capital, energy, transport, private sector, and institutions. So these are 8 predefined categories that, after consideration, we found to be meaningful and important. Each of these have several indicators measuring those categories. There's a total of 42 indicators, between 4 and 6 per each indicator, per category. And these we through a principal components analysis, compile into category scores. These category scores, again, now I'm moving to the left, are then combined through a geometric mean to an overall score. And the idea we want to convey with that is that there is no single capacity that by itself lifts the economy. There needs to be complementary capabilities in the economy to really bring out the productivity and the potential of the economy. So we don't take our arithmetic mean where one strong score would bring up the overall score significantly. A geometric mean is high when all categories are high. So that allows us to do a little bit of a nested analysis. We do not publish the input indicators. We dig into the overall score through these 8 categories. When we work with countries, we often dig into the indicators, but the indicators we take from other international organizations. We don't necessarily directly own that data. We rely on other organizations' expertise to reliably measure meaningful indicators and make them internationally comparable. And then we have, of course, a statistical pipeline to get from input data, where we take these good data sets from other meaningful data sets from other international organizations. There's always going to be gaps in the data. We need to interpolate, we need to extrapolate, and we need to impute to get to those, to a complete data set that we then also need to transform to make them suitable for our principal components analysis. I want to mention a little bit of what this shows for Jamaica. So these are data that you will also find online. We are not interested necessarily in ranking economies. We are interested in finding ways for economies to develop and becoming more productive. But it's a matter of measurement. And the most useful, maybe one of the most useful ways of measuring and learning something about the economy is to put them in relationship to other economies. What I've plotted here are the green triangles showing the median of all 194 countries in our data set, and the red dots for Jamaica. I've chosen to show you 2019 because those are in the version that is online are data that are fairly complete for Jamaica, with the exception of transport. There we've done quite a lot of imputation for Jamaica. And 2019 is also an informative year. After 2019, we have this not so nice pandemic that kind of messes up a lot of what we can learn about economies. Things are not quite normal in a few years after 2019. But 2019 is a nice year to look at to get an idea of what might be the strengths of the Jamaican economy. What we see is, according to our data, and you might very well disagree, we want this should be above all something that we learn from, not anything that dictates what the reality is. But what the data suggests is that Jamaica have very strong institutions, very strong human capital. And in 2019, those are the really strong points. Transport is at the bottom, but I do want to put that caveat on that category, since that is a little bit weak in the data reliability sphere. Natural capital and energy are those categories where Jamaica was the weakest comparatively, relatively. Now, we've been working on a new data set, and I want to take the opportunity to show what it seems to be looking like as we fast forward to 2024. These are preliminary data. It's a new generation of the index. And what we can see is, in overall, Jamaica seems to have been closing the gap. And in the overall PCI score that you see in the middle, Jamaica is doing better than in 2019. Remember, these are relative scores. It is worth putting out these green triangles as the world median, because the data, each category is normalized between 1 and 100, where 1 is the lowest score recorded, 100 is the highest score recorded. So it is useful to look at where is the green triangle in this. Again, Jamaican institutions show strength, human capital as well. And ICT has popped up as one of the strengths. Transport has moved up, and I attribute that largely to data issues. Now we have some better data for transport for Jamaica, and that now looks is in a much better light. So that is what it looks like, and I invite you to explore our data further. There are going to be developments, and we want to continue to develop the index to be more and more informed. And one of the things that we want to include is indicators of maritime transport in the transport category, and that would be quite relevant for Jamaica. And I think that might be showing up already in the next. It is not accounted for in this version, but these are not the final data that we will be publishing. It might show up in the October version. And we're working also on including environmental indicators and indicators of gender equality. And then we have this 3-year project on SID-specific satellite PCI. I think there is value to gain from looking at the index for Jamaica as well. But we do recognize that there are certain particularities for island states, and which the island states have some particular challenges, some form of remoteness being one of them. The exposure to the risks of climate change is another. The importance of the blue economy is a third. We want to with time, develop a satellite PCI that takes those dimensions into account to have a better grasp on in what direction is Jamaica's productivity heading, as well as other island developing states. Jamaica is not, the S is not very applicable to Jamaica, I find. Considering other SIDS, Jamaica is quite big, but I think there are shared experiences nevertheless. I want to stop here. I would like to invite questions rather than keep on going and speaking about what I like to speak about. once again, I congratulate the JPC on a great conference, and I congratulate Jamaica on the wonderful strides the country is taking to becoming an ever more productive society. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Salo. Any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, I see where I have one here coming in. Mr. Salo, why is a small island development PCI being developed instead of a PCI specific to the Caribbean?
Let me see if I understand that question correctly. So you could have a PCI as it is today, specifically with data just for the Caribbean states. So that green triangle that I showed you, that could also be the median for the Caribbean states. So you could do that analysis in relationship to other Caribbean states, and that might be informative. But we want to go beyond that, and please do correct me if I misunderstand the question. And the way we want to go beyond that is to take particular challenges into account. So maritime transport, I find, is an example of this, that there is in the index right now, we place some a considerable weight on rail and road transport in the transport system. And that might not be the most pertinent mode of transportation for an island state. That might not be what needs to be strong for that state to thrive. Linear connectivity, which UNCTAD has data on, might be an even more important part of the transport capabilities of the economy. So that is, it is, in my opinion, an example for how the PCI is a good index, but it does assume that one size fits all. And we want to go beyond that and look at what specific challenges and what specific dimensions are relevant for island states.
Okay. One more question, Mr. Salo. How is human capital measured in the PCI?
Human capital is measured through, I can pull up my backup slides and show you these. Let me see if I can get this a little bit bigger. We have these, I'm sorry, I'll scroll forward to the human capital indicators. You have these 6 indicators. It's health expenditure as percentage of GDP. It's the research and development expenditure of GDP. It's the fertility rate, which demands a comment. It's the health adjusted life expectancy. It's researchers in R&D per million of people and expected year of schooling. The fertility rate is inversely correlated with human capital in our data set. So we think about human capital here as a latent construct, and these as manifestations of human capital. This is intended to capture one of the part of the gender equality aspect. As gender equality increases, what tends to happen is that fertility rate drops. So in this case, we're not talking about low fertility being a good thing for the economy. It's just a sign that something is happening in the economy that is typically interpreted as a good thing.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Salo. Any more questions? Okay. Mr. Salo, can you please repeat the last point you made? About fertility rate.
Yeah. So in general, we view these as latent constructs. That is, the indicators that we use to measure the latent constructs are manifestations of the underlying construct. That means that the arrow goes from the construct to the indicators. It's the construct that affects the indicators. So the idea here is that if you have high human capital, one of the manifestations of that is that women tend to be a bigger part of the workforce. Women tend to be more highly educated. And with that, that is in turn manifested in a lower fertility rate. So fertility rate, the arrow does not go from fertility rate to human capital. That low fertility rate is something that is by itself good. It's just a sign that the human capital is increasing.
Okay, I see we have one more question. Oh no. Okay. Two more.
Thank you very much. If fertility rate is going down, albeit more women are entering the workforce, how is that good?
How it is good that more women are entering the workforce?
No. If fertility rate is going down,
Yeah.
and more women are entering the workforce, which is contributing to the further reduction of fertility rate, how is that good for the country?
Well, that is my point exactly. That the arrow does not go from the fertility rate to productive capacity.
So that's a big problem.
We want more children. No. I totally agree. We want more children, and we want more productive children. And it's been mentioned several times this day how we need to focus on early learning of the productivity principles. The point I was trying to make is that in a measurement sense, we use the fertility rate as an indicator of something that is happening in the economy. And remember, this is a comparison across countries all over the world. So you see, it is not a rule of law, but what you do see is when the country is developing, and when the country is developing in the direction of gender equality, what tends to happen is that the fertility rate goes down. And the fact of the fertility rate is a neutral event. We don't care about if the fertility rate is high or low. We just care about what that tells about what is going on in the economy.
But I think you have it wrong, because if your fertility rate is going down and you do not consider that in the mix of things, then it means that human capital is going to decline. Yes, but I don't hear it being a central part of the. No, he said it, but he said it in a way where I did not understand that to be the organization's concern, and say because fertility rate is going down in many of the developed countries, and that's a big problem.
True.
Yes, your productivity rate could be through the sky, but if your fertility rate goes down, you soon don't exist.
Yes.
That's the concern we need to address.
That is true, but in a measurement sense, at the levels that we see fertility rate today across the world, across countries, what low fertility rate tends to be a signal of is higher human capital. It is not, and I stress, I totally agree with you. The arrow does not go the other way. The fertility rate a low fertility rate is not a good thing for the productivity long term. But what it in the present moment is a signal of
I know.
is the improvement of human capital.
Okay.
I'm not concerned about that.
All right.
Okay.
Do we
I-
have?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I think we're good. Okay. I saw one more hand. Do we still have that question or no? We're good? Okay. I think we're okay. Everybody's good. Any more questions? No? All right. I think yes. Okay. So Mr. Benny Salo, thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
for
Thank you
joining
so much.
us.
I do appreciate the comments, and I thank you so much for inviting us.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your insights and your presentation with us this afternoon. I know that you are in Europe and you are hours ahead. You should possibly be sleeping at this time. So thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty, we're gonna keep things moving, ladies and gentlemen, and now we're going to be receiving a presentation on productivity ecosystem for decent work. Now, the ILO has been another key partner in development with the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Mr. Abdelmalik Mohammed assumed the role of Employment and Labor Market Policy Specialist at the ILO Decent Work Team and Office for the Caribbean on the 22nd of January 2024. With over 15 years of experience in East Africa and the Middle East, Abdelmalik's work has predominantly focused on designing and implementing inclusive employment policies for developing and emerging economies. In June 2021, he served as the ILO's labor economist in Uganda, leading the organization's support towards labor market statistics and employment promotion. From 2011 to 2016, as head of office and economic development technical specialist for ILO, Somalia, he was responsible for managing youth employment, labor market statistics, local economic development, and entrepreneurship project. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and let's welcome Abdelmalik Mohammed, who will be presenting on productivity ecosystem for decent work. And Mr. Mohammed will also be joining us virtually as well. So please make him feel welcomed.
Thank you so much, colleagues, and good afternoon, everyone. Let me just share my presentation. I hope you can hear me. Just share my screen. Oh. Can you see my screen? Okay, give me 1 second. How about now? Okay, thank you so much. Okay. How should I do this? Oh, my goodness. Okay, let me show it again. Can you see it now? Okay, sorry, colleagues. And good afternoon, everyone. I know this is the time of the day when lunch and many hours of working tries to defeat productivity, so I'll try to be brief. So I'm trying to talk about productivity ecosystem for decent work. This is an initiative that, ILO has developed recently together with employers, workers' organization, and several countries as well. And as you can see, we're talking about productivity, but also linking it to decent work. And the idea is to see how best we can enhance, productivity, but also improve the working conditions of the workers as well. And the ecosystem brings together three main things. The first one is the interests of the economy, and then the sectoral work, enterprises, and enterprise as well. So that's why, we're talking about ecosystem. It is to connect together, the productivity improvement at workers level, at enterprise level, but also at the national level. And I think, we have heard a lot about productivity, moving away from low productivity to higher productivity. But why productivity growth matters, I think there are three main elements why productivity is important. And the first one is that productivity leads, better wage and working conditions. And in turn, better working conditions also improves productivity. So this is a virtuous cycle, which, we need to, always make sure that, both workers, employers, and the government as a whole are benefiting from the increase of productivity. Otherwise, we're going to see what we are seeing nowadays in many countries, such as inequality, as the gain sharing of productivity is not materialized. And then the second issue is sustainability of local businesses. I think, there has been a lot of empirical analysis that has been done by ILO and many other institutions, which shows that enterprises that, respect and safeguard the working conditions, the labor rights, are more sustainable, they are more profitable and more productive as well. And as we all know, and I think we have been talking a lot about these linkages between productivity, economic growth, living standards, and poverty reduction, and improved fiscal, space for the government. I think the most fascinating, wisdom we have seen recently is from the Nobel Prize laureate Paul Krugman, who said that productivity is not everything, but in the long run, it's almost everything. And I think what he meant was that, we can rely on so many things during short periods, like natural resources, aid or whatever. But in the long run, everything depends on productivity, at least if the country is willing to improve its living standards. So this is the ecosystem that I have been talking about. And as you can see, the ecosystem is a kind of an operational mechanism which we want to support, our member states, our countries, at least to improve productivity. And the ILO has been supporting productivity for many years, but this is a new approach which we have developed a few years ago, and there are only a few countries that have already started to implement it. And the idea is also to initiate this implementation in Jamaica. So the ecosystem, number one, promotes the idea of selecting sectors. I'll say something about sectors in my last slide, but sectors are the starting point for productivity improvement. However, the idea is to you look at the market institutions, competition and macroeconomic institutions. So all those issues, at the end of the day, impact the productivity at the national level. And then sector level is also critical. That's where, you need to choose sectors that have got the biggest potential, to create jobs and also increase income and provide revenues to the government. So this is where, you need to focus on, for instance, technology, social dialogue, value chains, markets, export competitiveness. And then at the enterprise level, the idea is also to support, individual enterprises, whether they are micro, meso, or large ones, through, improving productivity, production processes, management practices, social dialogues, collective bargaining. So as you can see, the idea is to move these elements together, and it is like a systemic, holistic approach, which tries to address the key barriers at national, sectoral, and enterprise level. And I think I just want to show you how this works operationally at country level. So the first element is the macro level, the economy. As the ecosystem tries to help the governments, employers, and workers to first to support measurement of the labor and multi-factor productivity. I think this has been the key for most of the countries, that the ecosystem, the productivity ecosystem has been implemented. Egypt, Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, Vietnam. So, the key priority for them was to assist, the measurement element, as has been suggested in most of the presentations. And then at the macro level, we also need to identify, to support analysis and dialogue for industrial and employment policy making. The scope of this work, at the end of the day, is, for instance, to produce productivity and jobs reports on an annual basis. Also, do some analysis and linkages between productivity and wage, so that, workers and enterprises and employers at enterprise and sectoral level do their collective bargaining based on this kind of empirical analysis. And then at the national level, you have got so many policies, as we have said already. The idea is to provide some recommendations to sectoral and national policies as to how they are going to support productivity. So, for instance, employment policy should provide recommendations as to how different sectors are going to support productivity, or for renewable energy policies. So this is exactly, how national, policy environment is critical to productivity. And we usually work with statistical offices, ministers of labor, ministers responsible for economy, social partners, productivity organizations. At the sectoral level, the key outputs are usually to identify key sectors and constraints, and then also try to facilitate dialogue as to how productivity can be improved between employers, workers, and government as well. So at scope of level, you can see key sectors are always identified, system assessments, macro analytics for sectors, informality, what are they going to focus on? Informality, green, digital transformations. So these are some of the issues. And then at the lowest level, which is the enterprise, that's where, enterprise management capacity should be improved through working with lead firms or value chains. And then that's where production technology and other, support elements necessary for productivity improvement have to be deployed. And that is usually, it happens through capacity development, technical assistance, communication campaign. So this is, the implementation approach for the ecosystem. And if you, just to give you two practical examples, Ghana and Vietnam, for instance. Ghana, for instance, has identified textile and garment and shea butter as sectors to focus on, because shea butter focuses on rural economies and it employs a lot of women and youth in those sectors. So they wanted to, support, that sector. So at macro level, and you will see all the examples, the social dialogue is key, measurement is key, and then capacity building. At the sectoral level, I think the key issue is at enterprise level, is to support the two sectors in terms of modernization of production process, formalization businesses. In Vietnam, they have identified wood and furniture, and the idea again is to also to facilitate social dialogue on productivity in those two sectors, and then also align productivity, targets with the 2030 national plan. So, and then lastly, I just want to throw a few ideas because the key element is productive sectors. And as we all know, sectors are not born equal. So some sectors are more productive than others. So the idea is that, particularly when we are initiating ecosystem, the productivity ecosystem is for the country to support or to identify sectors that have got the capacity to generate more income for people, more jobs for people, and then fiscal revenues, and then also growth. And then there are also sectoral productivity divergences within the sectors. What I mean here is that there are sectors that have already accounting for the most of the productivity growth in the economy. So we need to see which sectors have the productivity growth, but which sectors have got the potential to grow as well. And then the other issue is to also look at the share of labor versus capital, and then make your decisions according to where you want to primarily focus on the economic growth or the welfare of people, for instance. And the last one is the supply side productive capacity. What I mean here is that the sectors also have impact each other, so they have spillover effects on one another. And we should also try to support sectors that have got the potential to enable other sectors, such as energy, for instance, and transport, for instance, can facilitate productivity improvement in tourism, in agriculture, for instance. So I think that is also very critical to be considered while trying to identify the sectors. I stop here. Let me know if there is any question.
No longer here with us? Checking. No? He dropped off? Oh, ask the question one more time. Okay, Mr. Mohammed, is it possible for low productivity sectors to have large impact in enabling other sectors?
Sorry, I couldn't hear the question. Can you say it again?
Okay, one more time. Is it possible for low productivity sectors to have large impact in enabling other sectors?
Yes, exactly. Number one, I just want to say a few things here. Number one is that low productivity sectors, number one sector is a combination of subsectors. So, for instance, let's assume agriculture is a low productivity sector. However, it can contain so many subsectors which can be much more productive than the performance of the sector. So, however, what we know so far is that agriculture has a lot of impact on other sectors like tourism, like manufacturing, for instance, and the wider hospitality sector. So that is extremely right.
Okay. All right. I'm not seeing any more questions. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed, for joining us this afternoon here in Jamaica.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And for reiterating that productivity is not just about output, but creating an ecosystem where decent work can thrive. Thank you so much. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned our grand giveaway earlier, and I'm going to give you an opportunity to get the ball rolling. The first requirement, one, you have to be subscribed to JPC Instagram to win. Secondly, post a picture or a screenshot of the event and answer the question, and I'm going to ask the question soon, tagging at Jamaica Productivity and using the hashtag Jamaica Productivity and Productivity Forum 2025. And the first two persons will win 5 gallons of Sherwin-Williams paint each. Okay? So the first question is, what is the difference between production and productivity? Let me repeat. What is the difference between production and productivity? And the second question is, name 3 services offered by the JPC. So name 3 services offered by the JPC. And you have to subscribe, aka follow the JPC Instagram page to win. Post a picture or screenshot from the event right here, answering the question and tagging at Jamaica Productivity and using the hashtag Jamaica Productivity and hashtag Productivity Forum 2025 and provide us with the answers to those questions. And the first 2 persons will walk away with a gift certificate from Sherwin-Williams, 5 gallons of paint each. Okay? So I'm going to give you some time to get that done while we head into our next presentation. And we're going to be talking about from rigid to responsive, rethinking workplace productivity in an AI era. Our next presenter, Dwayne KP Stevens, is a trailblazing AI consultant and VUCA strategist who transforms organizations from rigid, outdated structures into agile, high-performing powerhouses. As founder and CEO of Digital Rev, he partners with leading businesses and government bodies to harness artificial intelligence as a catalyst for efficiency, innovation, and measurable growth. With nearly 2 decades of expertise in governance, risk, and cybersecurity, including impactful work with Ernst & Young and PwC, Dwayne has earned a reputation for turning complex technology into practical, results-driven solutions, and he will be delivering game-changing insights on how AI can unleash agility, elevate performance, and redefine the future of work in Jamaica and across the Caribbean. So please make him feel welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Mr. Dwayne KP Stevens.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm looking in the crowd now, and I almost don't have a crowd, so I'm going to be very quick. All right, so rethinking workplace productivity. Oh, all right, cool. Move along. All right. In 2024, approximately 21% of our employees around the world were disengaged. Let that sink in a little bit. It has sunk in now. Great. So what that means is 79% of our, 21% of our employers were engaged, but 79% were disengaged. Now, what this also means, what this also means is that approximately 438 billion persons were not productive in terms of the staggering amount of lost productivity as it relates to dollars. Now, what this means is that the world of work would have changed, and we are now in a new era where we have to rethink how we not only approach how we do and deliver work, but also how we move from the rigid type of structures that we would sometimes have to a more responsive structure. Now, in moving from a rigid structure, we want to get rid of bottlenecks. We want to get rid of productivity reducers. So, for example, information that is not provided in a sufficient manner, outdated processes, we want to get rid of those. Those would form under the old rigid productivity model. Now, more responsive productivity would see innovation, would see more freedom in organizations and workplaces to do things. So there's more transparency, and that allows persons to feel free to share information, try new things. Now, I'm going through my slides, but the general point that I want to portray to you all today is that in moving from a rigid to a more responsive infrastructure, we also need to look at new technology. Now, technology is not going to replace mindsets of people, because the truth is, culture eats technology for breakfast. No matter how much technology you put into a company, if it is that the people are not adept to that change, you will not have any change. Now, as I go through my presentation, I have a couple surprises. I have a couple gifts. I have one in particular, well, for everyone, for the audience, but I have a special gift for the Jamaica Productivity Centre. I see them looking at me now. I have a nice gift for you all. So I'm going to now go through, and I'm going to ask for the assistants down back. What I'll be doing is a case study, and this case study, I'm going to read it. Jamaica's workplaces across both public and private sectors continue to operate, and this is theoretically, it's not real, operate under rigid, outdated systems that, I'm not seeing this good, rigid productivity, that limit productivity, damn employee engagement, and slow innovation, thanks, with national indicators showing GDP growth close of only 1.7%, youth unemployment at 11%, and an annual productivity trend of negative 0.6%. The call for transformation is urgent. Thank you. My eyes. Leveraging AI offers a proven pathway to create agile, data-driven, and responsive work environments. Now, the Jamaica Productivity Centre, theoretically, has launched this impact demo sequence to inspire policymakers, business leaders, and workers by showing how AI can provide global inspiration, create local action plans, visualize change, and personalize solutions for every Jamaican worker. It's a mouthful, but it's a lot. So what I'll be doing now, and I want you all to pay close attention, and I need your help, guys, at the back, is to do a demo of several tools, AI tools, that would demonstrate how this can be done. First of all, I'll be using a tool called Perplexity. That tool is more like, I would say, Google on steroids. And the second one that everyone knows about, I'm sure, ChatGPT. version 5. That one recently came out. I'll be also using Gamma, which is a presentation tool, AI tool. Does presentations in seconds. And finally, I close everything out by introducing to everyone, including our representatives from JPC, my model of a GPT called the JPC Productivity Navigator. And it's a generative pre-trained transformer model. So I'll go into that. All right, let's move on. All right, first thing, this is Perplexity. This is how it looks. This is the screen that comes up. What is written there is a prompt. For that prompt, it is, let me go down here because I can't see. Sorry.
Or let me help you.
Yes.
Let me help you here. Find 3 global case studies from small island economies where AI tools transformed rigid workplace systems into more responsive, productive models, and summarize the top lessons Jamaica can apply in 2025, considering GDP growth of 1.7%, youth unemployment at 11%, and a negative 0.6% annual productivity trend.
Yes, thank you very much. So what this is doing, it is looking for countries within our, I would say our region or globally, well, basically globally, that have similar economies like ours, and what they would have done to bolster their economy to where they are now. So it's really just comparing what they would have done and creating an action plan for Jamaica so that we can implement. All right, so go back. All right. So now we're going to look at it in action. So there you go. You just put in the prompt. And what it's doing, it's kind of searching, getting all the information that is needed based on the prompt that I would have put in. And what it would provide at the end is a summary of the 3 countries that would have similar economies like Jamaica, and what it is specifically they would have done to leverage artificial intelligence within their countries. And also what it would also provide to us are some actionable steps that Jamaica can implement to move us forward as it relates to the future of work. So it's going, and I would have recorded this before, so it's just showing you the results here on screen. So top lessons for Jamaica would include, as you can see, I can't see.
So let me just pause it a little bit.
Yeah, pause it and kind of just walk through it because not clearly. So some of the things that you would see is, for example, Barbados, I believe they would have had a program in place where they would have trained the government workers, and they would have measured the gain through that in terms of leveraging AI. Also, there are some other countries here that would have.
So some of the top lessons for Jamaica include the institutionalized AI generation, which is to create dedicated economic zones and fast-track regulatory frameworks for AI businesses. 2, build human capital and upskill youth. So it's partner with universities and industry to deliver AI-focused education and hands-on training, closing the skills gap and expanding employment prospects. Number 3, digitize and automate core services, which is to deploy AI in government and enterprise systems to automate routine tasks, furnish real-time analytics, and improve citizen services. Number 4, encourage ethical, inclusive, and transparent AI use, which is to establish oversight mechanisms, emphasize data ethics, and maintain open communication to build trust critical when productivity is declining.
Thank you. So this just gave you gave us as Jamaicans the roadmap that we can implement in order to benefit from artificial intelligence. So it's not something that's not available to us now. The information is there. What we do with that information and the time we take to implement that would now be something that we need to look into. All right, the next tool here is ChatGPT. This one is the latest version, version 5. And could you just read what?
Create a one-page action plan for transforming Jamaica's public and private sector workplaces from rigid to responsive using AI. Include 3 measurable changes, expected benefits in 3 years, and examples tailored to tourism, manufacturing, and SMEs.
Thank you. All right, so now what it's going to do is going to collect that information and it's going to present its recommendation based on what was placed there. I am not seeing anything moving. Oh, it's not moving. Interesting. Well, I'm not sure why it didn't proceed, but I'm not sure what's going on there. All right, but what would happen is, if you should go back, what would happen is, once you put in this prompt, it would just provide you with an outline of exactly what the plan would be. So you can just use that plan as a guide now to implement. So before, we would have just shown you a comparison of countries that are in similar spheres as Jamaica and what they would have done when they leverage AI. And now this document that would be produced would now provide you with the steps, the exact steps that you need to take to achieve that objective. And you can proceed. What I would have done now is this beautiful tool called Gamma.ai. It is a presentation tool, and it does presentations in, I would say, less than a minute. So you can go ahead. I'll just walk through the process. All right, so what I would do once I log in, I would copy the output from what I got from ChatGPT and I would paste it here, which is what I would have done. And then I would go through and select the slides that I would want, the number of slides also, and then what it would do after I click generate, it would just basically start producing the information in some slides based on the theme on the left-hand side that I would have selected here. So it's pretty easy to use, and you can modify the slides once they are created. You can also use your own branding. If you have a brand color that you abide by, a slide template, you can upload it and it can use your brand template instead of what is given to you automatically by this tool. So now you're seeing it doing its thing on the screen. You have the measurable changes. It shows you the areas that you can implement artificial intelligence, in decision support, how to create the intelligent workforce, and what the expected benefits would be over the 3-year period based on the prompt that I would have put in initially. and it was specific based on the sectors that would have been there. And it tells you about having pilot programs, going about training, and look, it also gave us a personal vision statement, which is by 3 years' time, 2028, this is the objective, this is what we would love to achieve. So we don't have any excuse now. We have the information available, we have the roadmap, we have the plan. And that took less than 10 minutes. So it's now what we are going to do with the information. So there you have it, the benefits, efficiency, how you'll measure it, and it's beautiful. As you see, you can also use your own template, so you don't have to abide by what is automatically generated. So there you have it. I would have gone through the perplexity in doing the research, and then moved over to ChatGPT. And from ChatGPT, I would have utilized a tool called Gamma to generate the presentation. And now, as we move forward, I'm going to now present the JPC Productivity Navigator. And as I mentioned initially, this is a GPT that was created for created on the GPT store. Basically, what this is done, going back, what this is doing, it is similar to what was presented earlier. They can coexist. There can be benefits in terms of how you leverage it. And it's really a Jamaica-focused AI productivity coach for youth, workers, and leaders. And it was designed based on with the thinking of all of what the JPC does basically in terms of supporting persons for productivity and youth and workers and leaders. The information that was gathered was based on information from JPC's site. So everything that is there is from JPC. So what this would enable you to do basically is to do any form of research that you would need to help you to go through. So I'm just going to do a brief demo, and this now is personal. So this one is from a student. You can go ahead and just... No, don't play it as yet. Just read what the... Sorry.
So it says, welcome back. Is there anything JPC Productivity Navigator should be doing better? Anything you'd like to change? No,
all right.
There's... Okay, go.
Yeah, thanks. So when this is how the screen looks when I'm training it. So what happens on the left-hand side, persons can get access to it from the JPC, of course, or anyone, and you could utilize this as a pilot where you put in information and you train it over time. And based on the information that it is gathering over time, it becomes more intelligent. So that's what the left-hand side of the screen does. The right-hand side, you can go ahead, that's where the prompt is that would be used to test this GPT.
I am a 19-year-old in Jamaica working in tourism and studying technology. Show me how I can make my workplace more responsive using 3 AI-driven productivity practices, and recommend free local resources I can use in 2025 to grow my skills.
Thank you. So basically, this student wants to grow their skills in tourism, and they are a technology student. So you can go ahead now. So what this is going to do, it is going to provide this student with enough information and guidance so that they can build their skills. And because they are in technology, it's going to share with them resources that they can use to not only build their skills, but also applications that they can build because they are adept to technology. So basically, that's what it's going to be showing on screen.
So it says 3 AI-driven productivity practices for a more responsive workplace, 1 AI chat assistance for guest queries, 2 AI-powered task and workflow tracking, and 3 AI language and cultural assistance.
So what this is doing, it is telling the student, because they are technology savvy, what they can build within the tourism sector to make it more efficient or more scalable in that regard. So that's what it's doing there. Then the next step it does is it gives the student resources that they can access to build their skill set.
So free local and online resources you can use in 2025. Resource Jamaica Productivity Centre, JPC free workshops, Jamaica Business Development Corporation, JBDC webinars, Heart NSTA Trust online courses, UWI Open Campus free MOOCs, Digital Jamaica YouTube channel, and Google Digital Garage. It also says what you can learn: time management, hospitality operations, digital literacy, data analysis, AI basics, tech trends and the Jamaican case studies, AI tools, digital marketing. It also helps with boosting your tourism marketing skill set, and also learn from local tech innovators. It further says, if you want, I can map out a 6-month skill growth plan so you build both AI skills and tourism responsiveness without burning out. Would you like me to do that?
Yes, thanks very much. So the possibilities are endless, especially when it comes to the information that you can get at your fingertips. So there you have it, everyone. I would have gone through initially just talking about moving from rigid to responsive. A rigid type of infrastructure sees repetitive tasks, staff feeling burnt out, not feeling free to share their voices and opinions, a lack of creativity, slow adaptation to change. So those are all rigid type of infrastructures, but we want to move away from that type to a more responsive, where we embrace change, we think innovatively, we foster a culture in our organizations where change is something that you pursue, and you implement AI in a way that you can surely see the benefits over time. So this is, well, you get some free prompts and the AI Productivity Workplace Guide once you scan this QR code here. Also, you can reach out to me if you need any further guidance on anything. And again, let us move away from thinking about not changing things. And I understand there's this big trust factor, especially with these tools. But you can implement these tools in a secure way. Everything you do, you can do it securely. So thanks very much, everyone. Appreciate the time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stevens. Any questions? I know I have about 2 here. Is it safe to use these AI softwares if you are working with sensitive data?
I would say no. It is not recommended that you use sensitive data on these tools. However, there are ways that you can configure these tools so that, one, it does not store the memory. So what I would have done previously would have shown you different prompts. So there are ways for you to prevent the memory. So all of those prompts that I would have used from persons to see them. Also, when it comes to ChatGPT specifically, there are ways in which you can configure the settings. So if you should go to the settings function, there are ways in which you can turn off the training mode. So there's that mode where OpenAI, they would utilize the information to train their chatbot. And you can turn that off, you can turn that on. So there are definitely ways to secure yourself, but it's not advisable that you utilize sensitive information.
Okay, one more question for you, Mr. Stevens. How can we get the older generations and the future labor force ready to and comfortable with effectively using AI tools?
Excellent question. Adaptability is a challenge, but for the older folks, what we need to do, and I think when it comes to technology, is to, I would say, meet them where they are. When I say meet them where they are, means, and I'm going to use an example, meaning if it is that the older folks is not technology savvy and they don't understand how to use the technology, you can ask them simply, how is it they would prefer the information? And if they say, okay, you know what, I prefer it this way, then you share it with them that way. Now, it is very interesting because I know even with mobile phones, there was a time when my parent, would call me and say, I don't understand how to do this and how to do that. But check them now. They are experts. They know how to use WhatsApp. They know how to do voice message. They know how to do everything with the phone. So I'd say initially, work with them and start them off where they are, and then slowly introduce the technology to them. And this is the same for companies or organizations. Select one tool. Well, choose a pain point. What is your problem? What is a problem in a department you're trying to fix? Choose that tool. Once you select that tool, you run a pilot program, and once you run that pilot program and you have those wins, you broadcast it within the organization to say, I've used this tool, this is the time that it has saved me, or this is how quickly I get that report, and from that, other persons will feel more comfortable utilizing the tools.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Another round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much for opening our eyes to what's possible when we rethink productivity in this age of AI, and noticing that it's not really about just replacing people, but just assisting them with efficiency and just focusing on higher value and more strategic work. So thank you so much, Mr. Stevens. All right, so I do have a quick question before we get into our final presentation. A giveaway for you all. What is the formula for productivity? I see your hand went up first. Sorry? Yes, and we have a winner. Congratulations. Where should she collect her prize? At the back of the room or on stage? All right, come on up for your prize quickly. As we get ready for our final presentation today, which will be about mobilizing leaders for change and disruptions. So come on up. Right here. Congratulations to you. Oh, okay. So let me tell you. Is it the free leadership? Yes, free leadership disc assessment. So yes, so congratulations.
We gotta give it up for everybody. So she actually won for herself.
Uh-huh.
Executive training kit.
Maxwell Leadership
What's in it?
Executive Training Kit. I'm saying it so that our viewers online can hear as well.
She got for herself a free disc assessment.
One free disc assessment.
I'll tell you what that is in a bit. She got a 60-minute executive coaching session.
60-minute executive coaching session.
And she's not doing it for herself, so she just won for her company a free 60-minute lunch and learn for her team.
Okay, free 60-minute lunch and learn for her team as well.
That is valued at 1,500 US.
Valued at 1,500 US
Give
dollars.
it up for this leader.
Yes.
All right. So let me just do that presentation real quick. So courtesy of the Creative U Academy and us at the John Maxwell team, we are giving you this wonderful gift certificate for your executive training kit. All right. All right.
Oh wait, you have to smile. You have to yes, you have to smile and look at the photographer to ensure that we get the shot. Congratulations to you. Yes. All right.
Okay, we're doing another giveaway.
We have one more giveaway. All right. So anyone can tell me just any two key insights that have resonated with them today. I have a prize for you. I saw your hand first. Yes. Yes. I'm gonna lend you the microphone.
Thank you so very much. What resonated with me most profoundly is the fact that the toolkit, it was not just for adults, but we were mindful and purposeful to include in it our children. That for me spoke volume. It tells me about posterity, it talks about continuity, and it talks about sustainability. Thanks.
Hey, a round of applause for her, please. Congratulations. Come on up for your prize.
Right, she just won for herself. And I know you're the author, of course. And this one is going to be so beneficial to you. I didn't remember your name, sorry. Euphemia Robinson. So you just won for yourself a VIP ticket to the Edge Leadership Series Jamaica, which is taking place on October 2nd, just up the road, and it is featuring the #1 leadership expert, Vusi Tembakwayo, and myself and some exceptional leaders who will be here in Jamaica, which is $499 US. Congratulations.
All right.
So we just gave away some big money. So great. Thank you so much for participating, to each and every one of you. And
All right. I know
forward.
we have to get the photo up as well. Thank you so much, ladies. As we jump into our final presentation for today. Yes? Yes, you can. Thank you, too. All right. So we're going to be hearing from Cara Boyce, and she is a transformative leader and strategist in organizational culture, leadership, alignment, and change management, known for helping businesses turn vision into measurable results. With over a decade of experience influencing more than 10,000 professionals and 90 organizations across the Caribbean and Latin America, she partners with leaders to drive strategic transformation, cultural alignment, and sustainable performance growth. So please put your hands together for Cara Boyce, ladies and gentlemen, presenting on mobilizing leaders for change and disruptions.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Just confirm that you can hear me. I'm trusting that you can hear me with the technology.
Loud and clear.
I'm sure you guys had wonderful. I'm sure you guys had a long day, but I believe it was productive, pun intended. I really just want to, give a big up to Tamar and the team at JPC, Satania, Michaelan, the team that put in all the effort to pull this together. I think this is a phenomenal step in the right direction for Jamaica and for you as leaders to really take the day to focus on how can we become more productive. Now, I know you had a long day, so I kind of want to shake up the room a bit, if you can allow me to do that. So for some of you who are accustomed folding your hands, I want you to fold your hands for me, please. If you can see me clearly, fold your hands how you would normally fold your hands. And count for about 5 seconds. Just 5 seconds. Fold your hands and count for 5 seconds. And once you have done that, I want you to do it in the other direction. So if you usually have your left hand to the top, I want you to fold it with your right hand to the top. Take a few seconds to figure that out. Usually what that does is it helps us to understand how uncomfortable change can be not only for our employees, but for us as leaders as well. And I wanted you to feel that firsthand. So just let me know in the room, moderator, if persons are getting this done, or if I need to get on a plane and come to Jamaica and help them fold their hands in the opposite direction. How is it going? Are we getting this done? It's very uncomfortable sometimes, right? Now, for the next couple of seconds as well, when I say raise your left hand, I want you to raise your right hand. So I'm going to say left hand. That is a prompt for you to raise your right hand. If I say right hand, that is a prompt for you to raise your left hand. Are we ready? So let's go. We don't have a lot of time. Left hand. Who raised their left hand or who raised their right hand? You can have a laugh at yourself today. You've made it through the entire day. Left hand again. Right hand. When I say right hand, you're supposed to raise your left hand. So I hope you guys are getting it, right? Now, that particular exercise, I really wanted you to understand how important it is to connect the dots for your team. Sometimes in change, we are focused on results, we're focused on outcomes, we're focused on disruption, but we don't necessarily give clear instructions, clear communication. And when Tamar asked me about, speaking to you guys on mobilizing leaders for change, I was like, that is right up my alley, because some of us sometimes we are not cognizant of the things that we need to do in between the desire and the outcome. And we're also not cognizant of how uncomfortable it can be, not just for our teams, but for ourselves. So protocol having been established, I think I've earned the right to say, well, go on, Jamaica. Thank you for having me. And I really hope that anything that I share with you this afternoon is going to arm you, is going to prepare you for the changes that are coming in the future and the changes that you're going to be driving. So in the short time that we have, our key focus is going to be on understanding a bit of context. What's your wish list as a leader? Looking at diagnosing the problems that you're experiencing, the change process, how we can make that shift happen, and some key takeaways. Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time here in terms of painting context, because you've had a lot of discussions. You've had Benny, you just had Damien, you had a lot of persons that would have painted the macro picture from Jamaica. From my research, what I've recognized from a lot of the articles that were compiled is that productivity is somewhat uneven right now. We're also seeing a rise in innovation, but it's still a bit underfunded. So there's not a lot of research and development investment that is being mobilized. We're also seeing potential skill gaps. This is, again, based on what the data is saying. Feel free to challenge it, because you're in the territory and you know what's happening. So we're seeing some skill gap where many workers don't yet have the digital or the innovation skills needed for the future, and potential partnership gaps as well between public and private sectors. And that's why organizations like JPC particularly exist as well. Now let's focus on what you want. We've had the macro story. Let's talk about you as individuals, not just enterprise, but you as leaders. What would you as leaders want? And across both private and public sectors, leaders are looking for, one, a more skilled workforce that can adapt to technology and innovation. You want higher productivity without burning people out. You want better collaboration between government, between businesses, and so forth. You're also looking for innovation that's funded, that is scalable, that is measurable. And another leader would say, Cara, I want lean systems. I need to cut the waste. I need to cut the cost. We cannot afford to maintain this current modus operandi. We cannot afford to maintain this current business operation. Yes? That's some of the things that we as leaders, we really, really want. And if I had to speak frankly to you, we also don't want to be working for exercise. I had a boss who would say, we're just working for exercise. We don't want to be in a position where we're doing that. We want to see measurable results, but also sustainable results. So how do we diagnose the problem that we're having when we are stuck in changes, or when we are not seeing the productivity within the organization, when we are not seeing productivity within our teams, when we're not seeing productivity within ourselves? There's a story that I often like to hear where there's a plumber. So a homeowner has a problem. Her faucet is leaking, her pipe is leaking, and she called a plumber. The plumber came, the plumber did all the inspection, diagnosing the problem. That's what we like to do. We like to analyze and sometimes overanalyze, right? So here we have our plumber. He comes to your home. He comes to Mr. Militan's home. I heard him speaking earlier today in the audience. And he says, Mr. Militant, this faucet, this is the challenge. And he said, okay, go ahead and fix it. And the plumber, fixes the problem. He does it. He literally just hits the pipe in one particular location, and then he charges Mr. Militant $100, right? And or let's say 5,000 Jamaican dollars. And Mr. Militant asks, well, all you did was hit a spot. You only hit a spot on the pipe, and this is my bill. The plumber says, 99, let's say 100 US, $99 is, so $1 sorry, is for fixing the problem. $99 is for knowing exactly where to fix. For me, in this context, that particular story says how important it is to diagnose your problem. That story says to us that regardless of whatever strategy you have in your business, regardless of the decades of experience that we often, myself included, like to speak about, regardless of the great team that we might have, the exceptional talent that we might have, no strategy, no change will mobilize within your organization unless you are working on the precise problem. So diagnosis is important. Now, if I had to share with you some sheets to for lack of better words, or some areas that you can start to focus or pinpoint your attention, where in my experience with my clients, I've recognized these are where the bottlenecks are within an organization. These will be my recommendation. The first one, your processes and your systems. Think about your current organization. Think about your current way of working as a leader and ask yourself, am I using AI like what Dwayne shared about a few moments ago? Are my processes still very manual, or am I using technology? Am I an advocate for digitization within my business? Or do I prefer to do things the old way, not because I am afraid to change, but because there's a level of trust that exists within, or there's a level of comfort that exists within familiarity. And that's sometimes the challenges that we have as leaders. We rather hold on to what we know because we are sure that we can get a result. But as one of the speakers said earlier, it's about not just getting the result, but how can we get to that result? How can we get to that destination faster? How can we get to that destination without using as many resources that we would have used prior? Those are the type of things that we have to look at. Under processes and systems, because I know that we also have public sector organizations within the room. Private sector is a hybrid type of, or tripartite type of audience. I want to speak to governance. One of the things that is usually a bottleneck in some organizations as well is the speed at which we have to make decisions, the protocols that exist, the policies, these type of things that govern how we drive changes, govern how we seek to drive productivity within the business. Yeah. So those are some things that you look at when you're looking at processes and systems. Workforce capability. We understand that we need to catch up. We understand that we need to pitch our vision 10 years down the road. But yet our organization is not coming with that vision. We are not bringing our team along. We are not assessing what are the skills that are necessary to take this business to the next level. What is the capability of our workforce? Dare I say, what is the capability of me, of myself? Have I been upskilling myself to learn AI? Have I been upskilling myself to learn different strategies? Have I been exploring what other organizations in other territories are doing to increase the capability? Because I have to lead my team. I have to lead the charge. I have to model change. Another one, and I absolutely enjoyed what Dwayne shared when he spoke about culture as well. You know, culture and leadership within the organization. Is this a real problem right now? Are there things that we can do differently? Is the leadership aligned? Is the leadership team going into the boardroom, accepting and aligning on the way forward, but then we're exiting the room and we're operating in silos? Is that the real problem? I'm not saying that that problem exists, because we have professionals in the room who are focused on productivity. So no way, not Jamaica, right? But it's a real possibility. Remember, we're focusing on diagnosing the problem, because everything else that you do, it will not make sense unless you know exactly what you're fixing. A couple other things we're not going to spend a lot of time on it is performance management. Are we setting the right KPIs? Are they aligned? Are they connected to our strategic objectives? Right? Am I meeting with my team and having the performance management discussions? Resource allocation. How am I allocating budgets? How am I delegating to my team? Am I keeping everything at this level? Because then, you know, that's where the cap will exist. And then, of course, customer and citizen experience, right? If you're private sector, is this where the bottleneck lies in our customer experience? Should we be doing things differently on that end? Or is it within the citizen experience, right? We have to diagnose the problem. And once we diagnose the problem, then, you know, we trigger this change process. I'm not going to go into all of the details. You can have this at your disposal as well, and you can always reach out and we can chat some more. But once you've diagnosed, for example, using surveys, looking at data, having stakeholder feedback and focus groups and that type of stuff, so that you can pinpoint the root causes, then you start to design your solutions. But sometimes as leaders, and you know, I am guilty of it. So when I speak to you guys, I'm speaking to you with love, and I'm speaking to you with my own personal experience. Sometimes we have amazing ideas, you know, these ideas just come to our head when we are probably sleeping, when we are, you know, we are just locked in and we have ideas and we are willing to defend them. But an idea is just an idea if it doesn't have a backing, if it doesn't have data-driven strategies attached to it, if it doesn't have a particular purpose, right? What is that idea supposed to solve? So once you've diagnosed, you build your solutions that address both the system and the people side of the issues. After that, you deliver it. You deliver it through their many methods to do this. There's so many change models. We don't have all day to discuss it. But the critical thing that you need to do is communicate. You have to communicate with your team, you have to equip your team, and you have to support your team. Not just support your team in words, but if you in your diagnosis recognize that one of the things that will potentially delay this change is equipment. One of the things that will potentially delay this change is the existing processes within my business. Then as a leader, how do we prepare for that disruption? We look at that process and we re-engineer it, right? These are the things that we ought to be doing. And then, of course, we sustain the change by reinforcing recognition, rewards, great giveaways like what you guys been doing all day today. Yeah? So how do we make that shift then? We're going even more micro. How do we make that shift? You've done the diagnosis, identify current productivity challenges. Yeah? Once you've done that, gather evidence for why the change is needed and build a business case. Don't just diagnose and say, okay, guys, this is the problem. Now let's implement. We have to build a business case, because what happens, guys, is that you are leaders and business as usual will still become business as usual. As much as you are driving change, you still have operational demands. You still have people demands for things that were never on your desk, that you didn't have an idea will come up in that day. We have to be realistic, right? So once you build that business case, now you have a guiding document that you can always refer to. That's why I love that type of thing, right? You document it, You have all your data so that if anything shifts, you can always remember the why behind the change. I'm preparing you for disruption. The second thing is you diagnose the current mindset. Is the mindset focused on working harder, or is it focused on working smarter, and dare I say differently? We are in an era right now where we have to act differently. We have to think differently. We have to move differently as leaders if you want different results. In fact, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result. And we are not insane, not Jamaica, no way, right? So what's the next step? We need to shift our thinking from controls, from cost controls, from all manner of controls, and we start to think about innovation and resilience. Another diagnosis, is there a detailed strategic plan? We spoke about it. Are we upskilling and equipping the current workforce? If we are not, our next step needs to be preparing and supporting them, reinforcing learning initiatives so that new skills can stick. Yeah. And finally, how long do the productivity gains within the organization last? You go through all the effort, and at the end of the day, everyone is excited. We did that, right? Pat ourselves on our chest. We did that as leaders. We led amazing changes. We rolled out perfect projects. We rolled out perfect apps. And then in 3 months, momentum drops. What's your next step? You need to anchor your new processes and your mindsets into your policies. Anchor them into your processes, to your performance measures. Anchor them into your leadership habits. You are the tide, and a rising tide raises all ships. Yes? That's the only way that the shift can happen. Okay? So key takeaways for you again, because I want to leave some time for question and answer. And also, I respect your time. You've had a long day, to be honest. All right. But you're going to have my details at the end. But if it's 2 things that I really want you to hold on to is, 1, you have to diagnose with precision. Leaders who use data, who use observation, who takes the time to get employee feedback to pinpoint the bottlenecks, are 2.5 times more likely to achieve successful change outcomes. The data says it. That's not me. That's the data. And I really believe it. If you're going to spend your time doing something, make it purposeful, make it intentional. The second takeaway is that you need to remove barriers and build capability. Remove the barriers, build the capability. You're the leader. You are no longer in a state of individual contribution. You are now focused on developing other leaders. All right? We are preparing you for disruption. So you need to remove the barriers and build the capability. Investing in the process redesign, targeting, upskilling, and all these nice things actually raise output per employee by 10 to 25% within a year. That's not CARA. That's not IGC Group Inc. that is saying that. That's World Bank 2023. They have all the information in that report, right? Change sticks when people have the skills, when they have the tools, and most importantly, when they have the authority to succeed in the new way of working. So that word authority, for some reason, that jumped out to me. And it makes me wonder, is the information that I really shared with you a few moments ago, is that the true test? Is it that you didn't know this information before? I don't believe so. I believe you're all professional, you're all intelligent, and you know exactly what you need to do. You just need to be reminded. My belief is that the true test is wondering whether you have what it takes. And why that is the true test is because a survey of 700 leaders from large organizations that was conducted revealed that that leaders do face an average of 9 major changes per year, compared to just 2 changes per year in 2020. So a lot of change is happening. Am I against that? No. I believe that we're in an environment where change is constant. And so we have to manage our expectations as leaders, understanding that something can change today and it can also change next week. We are in a state of continuous improvement. That is the only way we go forward, right? That is the only way we don't stagnate. We have to keep changing. But get this, 38% of leaders prefer quitting over leading another change initiative. Are you a part of that 38%? Are you a part of that 38%? Do you have what it takes to disrupt the status quo? Do you have what it takes to lead the charge of the next generation? Do you have what it takes to remove those barriers? Do you have what it takes to slow down so that you can speed up? Do you have what it takes to diagnose the problems within your organizations, the problems within your team, the problems within yourself, to be able to take everything within your organization to the next level, to be able to take Jamaica to the next level? My guess is you're in the right room with a phenomenal group of people, and I do believe that you have what it takes. So that's my contribution for you this afternoon. I really hope that you have taken something to go back into your organization, energized, focused, intentional. You heard Honorable Minister Charles spoke about what productivity is. You know, he said it's not by accident, but it requires deliberate strategic approaches. You need to go back and be deliberate. Diagnose with precision. The plans will come, but if you don't know what you're fixing, you're working for exercise. Thank you guys for listening. I'll take any questions at this time. And of course, you can scan the QR code to get my details and share yours with me as well. And we can have great partnerships together.
Awesome. Any questions? Going once, going twice. I don't have any from my end. No, I'm not seeing any from in the room here. So I think we're good. Yeah, it was an excellent presentation. Carl, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you too.
All right, guys. And remember to scan the QR code so you can stay in touch as well. So we've come to the end of our day. We want to thank you for staying with us from this morning until now. Thank you so much. We do have 2 winners, right, for the gift certificates from Sherwin Williams, Tishana Mullings and Matthew Leiber. Congratulations to you. Yes, give them a round of applause. And the representatives from the JPC will be in touch with you as to how you can collect your prize. So as we wrap up the Jamaica Productivity Centre's 2025 forum, our theme, Culture-Driven Productivity, Shaping Mindsets for Resilience, Innovation and Partnerships, we have been reminded that productivity is more than just targets. It's the culture we build, the ideas we share, and the partnerships we grow as well. And with all the insights shared today, and of course, you know, with plans for them to be implemented, together we can definitely shape a more productive and progressive Jamaica. So thank you all so much for being a part of today's journey. Safe travels wherever you go this afternoon, and let's keep driving productivity forward. Thank you so much. Matthew is here. All right, Matthew, come on up and collect your prize. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Talia Suarez Brown. It has been a pleasure being your moderator for today's proceedings. Enjoy and get home safely.